So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 2021 South Asia meeting on safeguarding of ICH and sustainable development. As you are aware, we had a very some of you were also present yesterday. We had a very interesting inaugural program, and the first session on establishing a sustainable relationship between ICH and economic utilization. Now, the inaugural speakers, as well as speakers in the session, from their discussions, what was really highlighted was the importance of nurturing the creative skills we have in South Asia and promoting entrepreneurship to transform the situation of craft economy. The speakers pointed out that there is a lack of understanding on what is creative economy, what is contemporary business and market, and what is social entrepreneurship. And we need to build this understanding to nurture the huge resource of creative talent we have in South Asia. There is no antagonism between market and heritage. That was a conclusion everyone drew. But what is needed is innovation, and for innovation, we need to create exposure of our craftspersons to the global market and develop their skills, for new ways of taking the product. Living heritage changes with time, and we need our communities to have full control on their crafts and their traditions. The other important thing which was pointed out was the importance of telling the stories of crafts. We are in the experience economy, and so there is need to make the paradigm shift from selling a product to selling an experience, and various ways like digital technology, festivals, cultural tourism, these were all shared yesterday. The speakers pointed out the importance of securing the rights of the artists through relevant policies and tools. The other thing everyone highlighted, and that is the objective of this meeting we are having, is that we need to strengthen networking and partnership building within South Asia and internationally to create to increase the viability and sustainability of ICH. I think these discussions we had provides a perfect prelude to the discussions we are going to have today. So today we are going to talk about implementing stable virtuous circle for ICH marketing route in line with safeguarding ICH, and we have speakers who have done path-breaking work in achieving some of the challenges which were mentioned yesterday. So we'll start with Daphne Zographus Johnson from WIPO. Daphne is the Senior Legal Officer, Traditional Knowledge Division, Global Challenges and Partnerships. She has 20 years of experiences researching on IP, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural experience. Her profile is there. I'm not going to read out. What Daphne is going to share today is, what are the IP tools which are there for protection and promotion of traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions. So welcome, Daphne, over to you. Daphne, you are going to share your presentation, right? Okay, so I'll just do another housekeeping. We are recording the session, as we have already told. Please write down any questions you have in the chat. And after your 2 minutes before your time is over, we'll send you a chat message. And at the end of the session, we might do a buzzer. Daphne will be speaking for 20 minutes, and then we'll have, right after her speech, a Q&A. So please write down questions for Daphne in the chat. Welcome, Daphne.
Many thanks, dear Ananya, and good afternoon, everyone from Switzerland. I hope you can hear me fine. Yes, great. So it's an immense pleasure for me to be here and to meet all of you today. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a different angle to the discussion another perspective, which is how to use intellectual property tools to support businesses that are built on cultural heritage, ICH as we call it. We talk also in terms of traditional cultural expressions. So how to use intellectual property tools to protect those expressions and to promote them as well. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me see. All right, so I have 20 minutes. I'll try to cover as much as I can during this time. So what I will try to do is first briefly describe the subject matter, because we all know what we're talking about, but in particular, I'd like to highlight its relationship with intellectual property. Then we'll do a very quick overview of some of the legal issues, just to raise awareness on a couple of things. And then mainly we will discuss some options for protection and promotion. And I will give you also some IP tips for in terms of IP strategy. Then I'll highlight a little bit of some of WIPO's relevant work in this area and give some final tools and resources. So let's get started. So since the conference started, you've been talking mainly in terms of intangible cultural heritage. There are many terms that can describe this specific subject matter. So in our work, we use the words traditional cultural expressions. Other people use the words folklore, but basically we're talking about the same kind of subject matter, which is forms in which traditional knowledge and cultures are expressed. And they can be tangible, they can be intangible, they can be mixed nature, they can be all sorts of things, really. It's very varied. So we look at traditional cultural expressions, and we should be looking also at the traditional knowledge, because very often in order to come up with a cultural expression, there is traditional knowledge associated with how you come up with it. So it can be specific techniques, know-hows, practices, innovations, and so on. So the two things are really linked, but it's true that from an intellectual property perspective, in order to protect them adequately, sometimes we will distinguish them, but it's true to recognize that the two things are linked. And okay, my other screen went dark for some reason, and I was like, whoa, where's my presentation? So I found it again. Right. So what is very important, however, is to recognize that both TCEs, traditional cultural expressions, and TK, traditional knowledge, have a number of characteristics. And these will be very important to keep in mind when we then start thinking about how do we protect them with intellectual property. So these are the fact that they are handed down from generation to generation. So there is an element of time. And as many of you would know, IP rights are time limited. Then they reflect the community's cultural and social identity. Sometimes we know who makes them, but sometimes they're made by unknown authors. And in order to vest intellectual property rights, we need to know who the author is. So here again, there are some difficulties sometimes. And then finally, they're constantly evolving, developing, and being recreated. So they're very dynamic within the community. Now, for all of these reasons, all these characteristics make that traditional cultural expressions and traditional knowledge are traditional. And because of the fact that they are traditional, that there is this element of time that sometimes we don't know, they belong to a community, but not to a specific author. They've been around for a long time, so sometimes they're not considered as being original or innovative. Because of all these reasons, sometimes intellectual property rights cannot adequately protect them. And in the World Intellectual Property Organization, there is a process going on, which is in the framework of the WIPO Intergovernmental Committee on Intellectual Property and Genetic Resources, Traditional Knowledge and Folklore, which was created in 2000, is now working to create new laws, new international legal instruments that would specifically protect traditional knowledge and cultural expression. So this is the work that's ongoing. I'm not gonna mention it in detail here, but I just wanted to flag it for those of you who may not be familiar, because if you're interested, then you can go and I'm happy to provide more information. So the outcome of this work could be a new form of intellectual property to protect traditional knowledge and cultural expression. Now, in the meantime, we have a number of existing intellectual property rights like trademark, copyright, designs, patents, geographical indications, and so on, that are really very important, and they play a key role in helping Indigenous and local community entrepreneurs to build stronger and more competitive businesses. And these should be used. They can be helpful both for protection of the TK and the TCE, and that can be either to prevent third-party uses without authorization, or to prevent even third-party not only using it, but gaining themselves intellectual property rights over the cultural expressions and the traditional knowledge. So protection is one thing. It's very important because a lot of Indigenous peoples and local communities are concerned that, if they promote their cultural heritage too much, then it may be more disseminated and more available to third-party users who may then misappropriate it and use it in ways that may not be appropriate and without benefit sharing and so on. So protection is very important. On the other hand, promotion is equally important for all those Indigenous and local community businesses in order to support tradition-based creations and innovations. And in the sphere of promotion, proactive use of intellectual property rights is also very important. Now in WIPO, we have a specific line of work in my division. So I work in the traditional knowledge division, and we have all sorts of programs. We service that committee that I mentioned before, that it's in the normative area, but we have also a lot of capacity building, very practical programs. And one of them is the Indigenous and Local Community Entrepreneurship Program. And within that program, we try to create really practical tools for Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs to help them really to navigate intellectual property rights and be able basically to understand enough about intellectual property so that they can make for themselves an informed decision as to whether they need intellectual property tools or not, and if so, which ones are the right ones for their businesses and their communities and their situations. So we created a number of tools in that respect. I mean, we work closely with a number of communities, specifically also offering training, mentoring, and pro bono legal services. But also we have a number of resources, and some of them are specific tips that they should keep in mind. So I'm going to run you just through some of those tips with some examples, because unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to go in a lot of detail, but I'm happy to discuss any of these in more detail with anyone. So one of the tips is to protect contemporary traditional cultural expressions with copyrights. So contemporary is important because pre-existing cultural expressions that don't have an originality component won't be, or where we don't know who the author is, you won't be able to protect them with copyright. But when they're contemporary, it means that we know who made them. And if you look at this example, this comes from example from Australia, where the Aboriginal dot style painting is very famous. So the style of the painting cannot be protected by copyright. It's been around for a long time as well. But when we have contemporary Aboriginal artists that do paint in that style, then we know who they are. The works are original because they're not copies of other works, and they can be protected by copyright. This is an example, and you can see this lady here on the picture. We know who she is, we know what work she did, and copyright arises automatically for her. So it's a useful tool. Then use industrial design rights to protect the way your products look and feel. So design protects the aesthetic features of a product, and it can protect two-dimensional or three-dimensional products. And here comes an example from Kyrgyzstan. So in Kyrgyzstan, they have nomadic communities that travel, and they live in yurts, and they go from one place to the other. They unbuild the yurt, they build the yurt again, and so on. So for the tourism industry, they created a kit that's kind of like, it's a bit like a Lego box, and you build your own yurt. And they were very clever in the way they did this, because they registered a design for the 3D mini yurt, but they also registered a trademark. They had a great slogan, great advertising materials, and you could find these kits, in airports, hotels, and tourist places. So that was quite a clever thing, and they used a number of IP rights associated with that product. Register distinctive indigenous or local community words, names, and symbols as trademarks. This is perhaps the obvious one, but for indigenous and local community businesses that are based on cultural heritage, seeking a trademark can be useful, not only to proactively be able to promote your goods and services, but also to protect them. And here's an example from the US, where the Navajo tribe had proactively registered their name, Navajo, with respect to quite a large number of categories of goods and services. So when urban outfitter or retailer marketed a line of clothes, like even underwear and alcohol flasks and items that were actually quite offensive for the Navajo to have their name associated with, because they had their own trademark registration, they could oppose these uses by saying, well, it's infringing their trademark, in addition to the fact that it was very offensive. So there were a number of cases around urban outfitters and Navajo, and in the end, they managed to settle. But that's a good example. And there are many trademark examples, actually, both in the area of how you can use trademarks to protect yourself, so prevent other parties from using your name, symbol, logo, and so on, but also, market yourself, so promote your goods and services. And similarly to trademarks, we have other distinctive tools that can be used, like collective and certification marks. And here I have an example from Latin America, where a collective mark was registered to promote the reputation of potatoes, different potato varieties, and it was actually very successful. Link goods and services to a place with the geographical indications. So GIs, geographical indications, are another distinctive tool. And when I talk about IP strategy, that's why we have a number of distinctive tools. We have trademarks, collective marks, certification marks, geographical indications, and the IP strategy is to know also which of those is the best for your situation. What's interesting about geographical indications is that you can use the GIs to promote specific qualities of your goods, and sometimes the goods have those qualities because of specific processes, because of the knowledge associated with how you cultivate, how you create your goods, you come up with your handcrafts, and so on. So this was the case with the argan oil geographical indication, where there is traditional knowledge as to how to produce the oil. And then there are a number of other ones. So protect your innovations based on traditional knowledge. So TK-based innovations can be protected with patents if the inventions are new, if there is a novelty, inventive step, and so on. Keep your traditional knowledge confidential with trade secrets. Be careful who you share information with, and use unfair competition law as a defense mechanism. But unfortunately, I don't have time to go in more details on those. I'm just going to share with you as a final thing this Iep Strategy Checklist, which I think can also be helpful for Indigenous and local communities, entrepreneurs, in order to, by answering this, to figure out what should be the best Iep strategy. So some of the questions that we advise entrepreneurs and communities to think about is, have you developed a product or a process that you consider to be new, innovative, or unique? That could mean perhaps that there would be some interest in registering a patent. Do you create original, creative, and or artistic material? Then this material could be protectable by copyright. Do you rely on features to make the appearance of your product or the packaging of your product attractive? If that's the case, for example, you're using a specific logo or symbol, maybe you should trademark it. Does your business rely on information that, if known by your competitors, will affect your competitive advantage? Perhaps you should take measures to keep that information confidential. Do you use a sign to distinguish your products? Here again, trademarks. Do you rely on outside suppliers and providers, and what should be your relationship with them? You should sort out any intellectual property issues. Do you have a website? Did you register your domain name? Do you make or sell products outside of the country, in which case you may need to register IP rights in more than one market? And do you have employees? And when they create works, then who will own the copyright, for example? So these are some of example of important questions, but obviously there are a lot of other questions to consider. But what I tried to do with this presentation is basically to give you a little bit of an insight as to how can intellectual property help. Sometimes it can seem daunting to want to register IP rights or to protect your IP assets, but it's not that expensive. Sometimes it's not that difficult, especially for communities. If they go with some of the collective rights, they can share the cost. There is help available, and I hope that I gave you some food for thoughts. So with that, I think I'm right on time, I hope. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, and I'm happy to share it further and discuss with all of you in the conversation.
Thank you, Daphne. That was a very good overview. Now, one question I have for you is, these things WIPO is framing at an international level, right? Now, how are you communicating with the state parties? Because, each of us, we have our own country laws, and we are bounded by the priorities and the mechanisms. So how are you addressing that, if you can share with us?
Yes, absolutely. So, well, there are two things to be said. So first, in the normative area, I mentioned, well, intellectual property rights can protect cultural expressions and traditional knowledge to some extent, but there are a number of gaps in that protection. And that's why there's an international committee that is examining how to fill those gaps, if I may say. That's what's happening at the international level. Now, a number of countries and regions have already taken steps at the national level to provide additional protection for cultural expression, additional intellectual property protection for traditional knowledge and cultural expressions. In any case, though, the point I was trying to make is that there are existing intellectual property laws that are, even though they're not perfect, because they were not designed to protect cultural expressions and traditional knowledge, but they can still be useful. And these, to some extent, most countries have copyright, trademark laws, design laws. They have, that are by and large very similar. Obviously, there are national specificities, But I think that the tips I shared could be really applied in any country, because most countries would have these, if I may say, call them conventional or basic IP laws, and really they should be used. They should be used.
Yeah, the basic laws are there, but they are not really applied, particularly for what we are talking for the craft sector, and that level of awareness on how to use is often missing. I think that is a challenge. We have a question from Mehta. Mehta, would you like to ask a question yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Ananya. Daphne, that was really a great presentation and very much required. My only concern would be that when we talk of copyrights, especially community copyrights, they have always existed in a different mindset than from a very industrial approach to owning a design. The patents, the trademarks, all of it. It comes from a very it comes from a different system of economic practice altogether. And if we say that a creative sector is evolving, is dependent on the interplay of different practitioners, whether they're designers, markets, producers, artisans themselves, too much protection or this consciousness of that things need to be protected, would it not stifle that? How would we ensure that that creativity, that interplay, that the freedom to explore together can happen in an uninhibited manner? Because there's also a school of thought which says that there is, you can also have copy left instead of being copyright. And if you're copy left, how do you create that social contract by which each creative practitioner is actually acknowledged?
No, I mean, I think it's a good point, and it's right to say that when you're looking at creativity within a community, you want to encourage things to be dynamic as well, and not to be stuck in time. But I don't, honestly, I don't see it as a problem, because anyway, like copyright for art, if we're talking about artistic works, copyright arises automatically. So anything you create would have it's copyright, and it doesn't prevent you from creating more. It doesn't make things stuck in time somehow. But I guess what you're talking about is whether it's appropriate for one individual to own copyright on something that is created based on the community's influence, perhaps, or in that framework. But I have to say, some of the IP tools are actually quite appropriate for communal use, because if you want to promote crafts or goods that are tradition-based, you can use intellectual property rights that are collective in nature. So you don't need to register a trademark, which is more individualistic, to promote that kind of business, but you could use a collective mark, and then everyone in the community can use the mark, and they all benefit from the goodwill, and they generate that goodwill together, and they build that brand reputation. So I think that there are some IP tools that are really quite appropriate in that context.
There are some more questions, though we don't have much time. So I'll ask the questions all together, and then you can answer all together. So Jayarajan is asking how a community can claim ownership when ownership of the element is unknown. And Rinzin Doji from Bhutan, she is asking that they have a situation where their textile has been reproduced in its entirety by an upholstery. It's a pre-existing TCE. So what is the right? And Madhura has raised hand. Madhura, would you like to ask the question?
Yes. So I wanted to ask that does WIPO have any process of educating the state parties along with key stakeholders in those countries for the various applications of these IPs, like you mentioned about the use of industrial product design. I mean, it's about identifying or choosing what will work for me and then using it in the right way. So because it's the government which is coordinating, is there any way of educating or creating awareness of state parties and key stakeholders of those industries, traditional industries?
Yeah, so I think I'll answer that one first. And indeed, so we have a number of capacity building projects that are addressed either at states and their communities or just communities. So these are available upon request. So from WIPO's member states. And we also work with communities directly through various programs. So we just have one running now, which is for women entrepreneurs from indigenous and local communities. Like quite a complex program. It's almost a 2-year cycle where we do a training and then we mentor them for the following year on the IP components of their projects or businesses. So, but obviously we adapt and we're very happy to support these kinds of requests. Now, on the other questions, I think I'm just trying to read them in the chat. How to ensure that protection doesn't, I think we talked about that. And then, yes, the situation where textile has been reproduced in its entirety. And that's what you want to avoid. And that's why actually I'm saying it's important to be proactive about intellectual property and to make sure that you are able to protect your assets. Here, the example that you were giving, Vincent, is protect them against misappropriation, but also promote them yourself. And I think the two of them go together. And indeed, when it's pre-existing TCE, it's going to be harder to use the types of rights like copyright, for example, because probably it doesn't fulfill the criteria for protection. And these are typically the kinds of gaps that new legislations that are being considered in a number of countries and at the international level in WIPO, these are the gaps that these, what we call them sui generis laws to protect TK and TCEs would address, so that we don't have those gaps. So I hope I answered the questions. And it's been really a pleasure. Many thanks for having me, and Anya and the team. It's always a pleasure working with you. And to everyone, I wish you a good continuation.
Thank you, Daphne. Program. Today, we'll continue the discussion, but Daphne might not be able to be with us throughout the session. So what I'll request all our esteemed speakers to turn on the video and we'll take a group photo. So we have Bibi Russell from Bangladesh, Rupa Mehta from India, Salina Paris from Sri Lanka, Meera Goradia from India, Siddika Malik from Pakistan, and Aminat Abdullah from Maldives. I request all of you to please turn on your video. Please remove the pin, remove the spotlight. Meera, please turn on your video. Aminat, is Aminat here? Yeah. Okay, so I'll count 1, 2, and 3. So let me know if it's done. Thank you everyone, and thank you, Daphne. So our first speaker, please show the bio. Our first speaker in the panel today is Bibi Russell, who is known for her path-breaking work. She had founded the Fashion for Development, and she has won several prestigious awards and accolades for her work. She's a UNESCO Artist for Peace, UNESCO Special Envoy Designer for Development, UNAIDS Goodwill Ambassador, board member of the Universal Forum of Cultures Foundation, etc. So what she has done, her motto is save the craft people and revive their dream. So she's used her talent, for development of very poor producer class from Bangladesh and given them a new role and fulfillment to model and design and art. And her work with Gamcha, which is, the traditional towel, cotton towel we use in Bengal and Bangladesh, is phenomenal. So you have her resume here. Maybe I understand you don't have a presentation. So let's hear from you about some of the issues we are discussing today and which you have really done, how to take forward our crafts communities to the international global market. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ananda. And I'm very sorry I don't have presentation. The reason is, we had a lockdown for a long time and it's just open now. And, I'm all the time online because I worked in many countries, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Latin America. So I'm always telling the craftspeople how to survive after this pandemic. So I'm very sorry, but I will speak. And I'm so happy that you are doing a discussion in such an important issue, which is very close to my heart, but I'm sure everyone who loves crafts and who want to revive crafts, it's one of the most important. First of all, I would like to talk about fashion for development. I know India has taken, I have worked in West Bengal, Northeast, and of course, many years in Rajasthan and Telangana. So I want to explain why, afterward I will come, how did I do it? I'm still not even first step on the ladder. But Fashion for Development, it started, I'm so happy that UNESCO is part of this sponsor, ICCAP and banglanato.com. I'm very lucky to be supported from my first work till today is supported by UNESCO because my work is related with development. And any country is education and health is the backbone. So through giving the craftspeople work, instead of putting their hand, I'm showing the world they have magical fingers. And the education, you would be so surprised. Every country I work, I make sure the next generation of craftspeople, they're educated. Educated means basic education. They know how to read and write the order, and they are not handcuffed to the middleman, which is destroying the craft. So it started with UNESCO, Fashion for Development, and I'm so lucky. First two person who believed on me, both of them Spanish. First is Federico Mayor, who was 12 years Director General of UNESCO and Queen of Spain. And since then, 96, UNESCO is supporting all my work because it's related with education and health and empowering the woman. And I'm glad, Ananda, you spoke about Gamcha. It's not only Bengal, every part of India there is Gamcha. I worked in like Cambodia, Vietnam, they have Gamchas too. Why I started with Gamcha, I just want to tell you, actually, I studied fashion. I'm a graduated fashion designer, but I'm from Bengal. And Bengal has the wonderful history of making handmade fabrics. We have a piece of muslin, which 1 meter could go into a matchbox. And I was, since my childhood, I saw the beauty which lies on poverty, because the gamcha weavers, lungi weavers made me have my dream, because it's so important to have your dream. So when I came back, because my organization, though I'm supported by many, but I'm, with all the respect, with NGO and all this, I'm not funded by, I didn't have time. I did it, whatever I earned, I put it into my work. So I saw the gamcha was, people are using those towel or gamcha is making with synthetic. I have never used any synthetic fabric. I use natural fabric. So it was easy for me to revive with my my resources, gamcha. And you know that still today, gamcha is my biggest sell. What I did during this pandemic, it was very, very difficult with the craftspeople. So I wrote a little thing about solidarity bundle. Inside I made, you know, like in this situation, you go around, you don't want to use all this leather and synthetic bags. I make like tote bags, a chola bag, different bags. Inside I put a scarf. I put made some mask, which is all international rules and regulation. I put little pouch, and you know, I survived my BB production and gave gamcha weavers a sustainable earning so they can survive. And I wrote that to all the media all over in the Europe, and that solidarity bundle, you know, people like other countries, they wanted young generation and everyone. So this is what I want to tell, because people were stuck at home, they could not travel, but young generation, they would go out and think. So they could use this bag, they can wash it and they can reuse it. Also the mask, we made gamcha mask. That's one of my biggest sell, because you can use like 6 months and you can just wash 1, 2, buy 2. Another thing, Ananna, I want to tell you that though I studied abroad, maybe I'm a fellow from London Art University, I have recognition from UNESCO, and I have my final year work are in British Archive, but I realize our part of the world, you know, why craftsmen people are not getting sustainable income, because, you know, people are making things which is a very high price or in the street. I came back and I do middle market, breadth line, which people can afford to buy it, especially the young generation, and using, I have never changed traditional way of weaving because it's such a beautiful, but what I have done, diversified. I didn't use so many colors. I didn't use those chemical which make irritation with your skin. You know, like, I want to tell this because this is so important. Sometimes I sit in the villages months, make them understand, don't use those chemicals which you are polluting the ground, and it's so bad, but they have a habit. You know, I work in Rajasthan, 12 years, you know, also there I sat and make them, please, we will eat the fruits and veg chemically. Please don't make pollution. Look what we have today, this COVID-19 pandemic, because we didn't care about the environment. We didn't care about animal. We didn't care. We are cutting the tree. We are polluting everything. So it's not a pandemic it's in developing country, underdeveloping, it's in everywhere, showing with the fingers that how inhuman we become. We didn't care. But, you know, but pandemic also taught us to value things. Though it's the most difficult time for the craftspeople, but I want to tell you, we sustain selling, you know, thread line, reasonable line, but not using one thread of synthetic, all natural. We are sitting with that, you know, And think about India. It's a gold mine for any creative person. It's our duty. Of course, you can use Bangladesh is second largest for garments. It's very good, but I'm doing completely different thing. A lot of people don't know, Ananna, that after agriculture is the second biggest occupation is craft, artisan. So I start to move around. I wanted to make sure that I know I was born in Bangladesh. My schooling was in Bangladesh. Certain age, I went to Europe. But I know what people think about this part. They think that our color will run, all this thing. But I make sure they use ESO-free colors. But as I told you before also, that I'm not even first step on the ladder. You know how many population we are, so I slowly I'm going and making people understand why fashion for development came to my mind. Today we are living in 21st century. Okay, I go around villages, sometimes it's very hot, very thin. From the head of the state to the beggar, they need a piece of cloth which you cover yourself. With that, you make social, economical development. So it's so important that country needs expertise, country needs people, and we need to have this piece of cloth to cover our pride. And with that, you make development, you make a sustainable development. How, like you need two hands to clap, how I got my hand and the craftspeople hand, because I respect their human dignity. It's very important. They can be poor. That's not that untouchable, but you have to respect their dignity. And the thing is marketing. So I told you, I do, because my target clients all over the world, because I studied fashion. I know the grammar of fashion. If you don't know the grammar, you could not write English or Bengali or French or Italian. So I try to make, like when I was working in Khadi in India, I made all these colors and made jeans, made many things. What can be sellable and what can affordable? How many people can have a sari or a jeans for $1,000? No, but you make it, but make sure you pay the due respect and you pay the crafts.
Thank you, baby. You have to wind up now and we'll
come back
to you in the discussion. Okay, thank you. It was lovely listening
to you. But I want to thank UNESCO. I saw Mr. Arit yesterday. He was one, so thank you, and thank you so much, Ananna, for inviting me.
Yeah, we have UNESCO and ICCAP here as participants.
Yes, ICCAP also.
They're all here. Yeah, thank you. So our next presenter is Rupa Mehta. Share the bio, please. Rupa is the CEO of Sasha Association for Craft Producers. And today she's going to be sharing the experience of, as a president of World Fair Trade Organization, how they're working to ensure the rights of the artists and in the global market. Sasha has been doing pioneering work in taking crafts from all across India to national and international market. It's my pleasure to invite Rupa. Rupa, shall we show your presentation or? Okay, we will be showing. Remove the spotlight. Rupa, you're muted.
Rupa, you're muted. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ananya. That was wonderful to be here, of course, and hello, everyone. And Bibi, I love your passion. So that's something that, you know, somehow when we are working in this particular area, no matter how sort of professional we get in our marketing strategies and doing the everyday business of running a business, I think the fact that you work with, you know, craft, with artisan communities, craftspeople, textile workers, garment makers, etc. It does sort of, the passion is a very important ingredient of this. So yeah, I'll wait for my presentation, but I think the first slide, I do know what it is. Yeah, there we go. So I think we hear these words always, and I come from the perspective of fair trade, because that's what Sasha has done from its inception in 1978, and then, you know, forming fair trade forums, etc., and now with my work in World Fair Trade Organization. So I think across the world, I mean, whenever you go to artisan communities, traditional artisan communities, I think in the fair trade world, and I'm sure in others, like with people like Bibi and many more, and that, you know, cultural identity, tradition, knowledge, etc., I think those are key to our words, to recognize and to respect that, and not in any way that your intervention would in any way threaten or destroy these very, very important ingredients. Together with this, when you talk about trade, when you talk about marketing, then of course it's about livelihoods. Bibi touched on dignity, and I always feel this, and I think I heard someone talk about it the other day. You know, we are no one to rob people of their identity or to give people, I mean, dignity and identity. It is there. All we do is create an environment where people can express their dignity, where people can be working in an environment which is bringing the best out of them. And of course, the pride, I think the pride exists unless they are removed away from their community and their work. I mean, what they identify with, what they've seen around them in their community, maybe their forefathers, etc., and what actually gives them strength. And then, of course, now we come to, we do talk about agency, because you do talk about how can you be an enabler? How can you be in a catalyst, if you like, in bringing that strength, in bringing that dignity, bringing that pride, and the capability to have a dignified and sustainable livelihoods, etc. So I think when we look at current status, and if you look around, and I know there are others here, Mira and you know, others who've also done a lot of work in this area, and particularly in the past 2 years with COVID, etc. But what we see more and more is that, you know, the struggle is there. Maybe not with all the artisans, not in every community, but there are enough. The numbers are huge. And very often, even what livelihoods they can get other than, you know, being involved in some government program to do, you know, rural employment scheme or the other. And of course, you also see them as vulnerable, because the minute what is supporting them, whether it's in the market, in sort of getting them markets, or the occasional customer, etc., if any of that shifts, the vulnerability and the marginalization of that community, I mean, it comes to the fore. And we've also seen that, you know, what happens. It's either that you take, whenever harvesting, etc., you go and you turn to farm labor, or the worst case scenario, when you migrate to the cities. I think I'll move on to the next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. But the recognition, what is informing our work, again, to go back to what I started with, is that the recognition that there is that knowledge, there are the skills, there's the techniques, and they have their you know, historical designs, and, you know, everything which is there embedded in their memory. Like now, when we worked with the women who've done traditionally, who did Kantha, the mothers and grandmothers. I mean, our intervention was that we went in there and we got them to bring out their oldest pieces. And it was so effortless. I mean, I remember going there and telling them, okay, just do a directory of paisleys. And it flowed out. It flowed out so naturally. After the initial embarrassment saying, Kare, who's going to buy this? This is old and had it. But it's one of those things. And the other remarkable thing we've noticed, in our work is that, the language which a designer and a master craftsman can share, which goes beyond your, status or your, where you're coming from or what's happening to you, but the way the minds come together. A sensitive artisan, a receptive, a designer, etc. They can bring together and they can create magic. I mean, these are the things that we have seen in the course of our work. When you brought to the work fair trade values. Now, fair trade values are not something which hang on, in some very, very special space, but it is something that, all of us who are working in this area and who are gathered here today, we do bring it into our work. And it's also because the capability which people have to respond to changing demands, to changing trends, etc. If they are engaged in the process, the kind of magic that comes out of it is at another level. Okay, I'll move on. Yeah. And then, as I think Iep also mentioned this, and of course there is that question of chemical dyes, etc., with textiles, and which all of us are addressing, azo-free or natural dyes, etc., just to make sure, and effluent treatment, we are doing all of that, I think, in most cases. But what we've seen is that the traditional production processes, if we look closely at them, they are really gentle on the environment. And the other thing, if you were to make, you look at the whole process, the marketing process, the creation, the production, the enabling, the marketing, etc. When you look at it, you also see that in this particular area of work, the investment that's called for, because all that, and I've heard this term from Meera earlier, she brought it when we were talking, was the cultural capital. What do the artisans bring there? They bring their cultural capital, and which is huge. And then the tools are simple, you don't need elaborate working spaces, etc. So with that, to start the process, to create that value chain, which doesn't, and here again, I say, I think sometimes we can be patronizing, but the reality of it is you create a business model where every player has their own role and contribution. Without one, the other can't work. And in fact, you mutually support each other. Livelihoods are created for everyone who is in that value chain. So can we move on, please? Yeah. But of course, I think one of the biggest challenges, and I mean, others here again in the panel would also agree with me, is the push and pull of the market forces, that there is so much of, say, unreal competition which is created. And that, whether it is like, I think we heard this earlier from Daphne, where your traditional designs or your traditional motifs are moved away and recreated in a way where there is going to be huge production, where that preciousness of it is lost, where the source of it is taken away. So that is huge. And, so that's why I feel is one of the greatest challenges. And we've, just recently we've had a huge debate in India about, a designer's role in it or a business role in it, in how this can impact a particular community and their well-being, if you like. So the other thing, of course, was the assured income. To get assured income. That again is a challenge, to have the resources to reduce vulnerability. And this again, I think what became very important again in fair trade, in any caring intervention, in any caring working together, we all recognize that designs have to evolve. You don't take away the essential, but designs will evolve. I mean, crafts always evolved as tastes around in the community, needs change, and that process continues. But I think that can go on. I mean, the decorative to utility, whatever. But you keep certain things intact, and you keep the story intact. You keep the technique intact. You may say, okay, I must improve the process. I must improve the tool to take the tedium out of the work. So how people work and what tools they use. It shouldn't be that a person who carves something out of stone is spending half their time just chipping away to get a basic shape from which then they can start carving. So, those kind of interventions are always there. And then the challenges, of course, I think one of the things is that which most artisan communities face is BB brought in the question of the middleman, and that's a reality. And they have, of course, their uses in a situation, but the intervention can be far more, productive, if you like. That everyone in the chain is being paid fairly, is being recognized for what they bring in, and from there the bridges can be made. And I think in our work, we've seen that there is potential for a local market within the village or the community itself. There is and communities appreciate that when they see something new is being made out of, like BB mentioned, making little satchels or bags or whatever, and those can be sold within the community. And then there's, of course, the national market, and the most challenging is enabling the artisans to reach the global market sustainably. I think that is where fair trade plays a big role. And here again, I think before I close this and move on to the World Fair Trade Organization, is that I think what we've seen in the past is the homogeneity. The homogeneity which becomes that you can't identify the source from where it came. And that's why I think all of us recognize that, because with globalization and what we saw just now with urban outfitters, that situation, like you can pick up anything from anywhere. And even for artisans, a designer can come pick up something from Latin America, one of the indigenous communities from there, come in here and ask, a weaver to produce it. So that kind of thing is also a danger, and it is a challenge. So that is something that, and it's beyond copyright, or, because copyright has its own set of issues with it, but it's beyond. It's just that how are we going to, what are the efforts that can be made to understand that handmade cultural
Rupa,
items.
I'm sorry, you'll have to now wind up.
No, I'll wind up. I'm so sorry. I know I won't carry, just move to my last two. I think I'll skip WFTO. Okay. I'll skip the next three. Yeah. I'd never, okay, these are the values, and my presentation, if anybody's interested, I can always share this with people.
We'll have a discussion round so you can, share those points.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, if it interests people, if they want to know what's going on. So let's move to the next. It's okay. We've got our 10 values. This is what WFTO has done with social enterprises that fully practice fair trade, and most of these artisans, most of these members are working with artisan communities. Let's move on. And this is it. This is what informs fair trade enterprise, the mission structure, the trading practices, which is about, all that I've really talked about, payment terms, the long-term commitment. I think this is huge. The transparency, the mutuality, trust is huge. And of course, human rights conditions like child labor, no discrimination, etc. Yeah, and we're working with refugees as well. Yeah, we can move on. Okay, I think this is what we've seen, that, even a business model of this nature, which is respecting people, planet, etc. Even then, you can see that how they've survived. They are more resilient, and you have many more women who are leaders. 52% of CEOs are women. And of course, these organizations, you're meant to make a profit, we are meant to be sustainable, but it is profit for purpose, and people and planet always before profit. Yeah, I think this is again what Bibi said, and I'm confirming, and I'm sure others will, that what happens when you work, when you have a business model of this nature, when you have this mutuality. I keep repeating that. What we saw in the WFTO community was that there were no cancellation of orders, though you heard terrible tales about conventional trade and how shipments were cancelled at the last minute and the impact it had. Then again, of course, things like improvising for mass production of masks and free distribution, which had, definitely income, etc., etc. And I think I can just quickly go through this. There is a growing conscious consumer that is asking us questions. I think all of us, where is, like the fashion revolution, for instance, which is one of the more recent example, and people are asked, where is the money going? Are producers being paid fairly? Where is their identity, etc., etc.? So all that is happening as well. And then I think it is for us to get together and to push forth the values which we hold dear, and to restore, again, to restore some sort of balance in the way we produce, in the way we consume, and its impact on people and planet. So with that, I think, and with the slogan that whatever we are doing, we're getting an opportunity now to build back fairer, to build back more sustainable. Yeah. With that, thank you so much, for your patience. And Ananya, thank you for sort of giving me that rap on my knuckles to wind up. Otherwise, I would have just carried on.
Thank you, Rupa. I know it is so close to your heart. So, you're very passionate about our work, I think. Our next speaker is Salina Dulanjali Paris from Sri Lanka. Her resume, please show it. Salina is the Director Business Development at Salina, Sri Lanka's fair trade handloom company and one of the country's largest social enterprises. She has been also working, to bring about positive impact, and she's the co-founder and partner of Positive Impact Consultancies. She has been working with government and other stakeholders for reconciliation and peace building. And she has received many awards as and accolades as a professional and career woman. So today, Salina does share a presentation.
Yes,
Salina, I think you will be sharing your own presentation.
Yes,
so we really look forward to hearing from you. And one thing I'd like to request you that in Sri Lanka, if you can also highlight, our other speakers also highlighted on the environmental impact. And as an island nation, you are also facing the climate change challenges, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and also our Himalayan countries, India as a whole, we are facing in different parts. If you can also highlight those challenges as we talk. Thank you.
I will try my best. So let me start. Can you see my screen? I think I need to make you small. And is my screen clear? Hi, can you hear me?
Clear.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Clear.
Okay. So I just kind of chose to I mean, thank you for having me. First and foremost, this is the first time I am kind of talking with this network in this capacity. So thank you for having me. So when I read the title, to be honest, I had to go back and really do my research on what it is. And then I thought to myself that I will perhaps even take the liberty of rephrasing it as in my context. So what we will really be talking about today is the future of handloom in Sri Lanka. So I'm not going to go into great depth, but it's important to understand that we have a 2,500-year history for handloom in Sri Lanka. And when you say handloom, there's such a lot of pride and there's such a lot of patriotism and heritage that is attached to this word among Sri Lankans. But then you have this reality. I don't know whether you see pride and patriotism and heritage in this hand. Yes, you see a skill, you see a heritage perhaps, but you also see poverty. And for me as a practitioner in this field, also having been in the development sector, this not taking the active steps to alleviate the it says my internet, Aranyak, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Huh?
Yeah. So if we are not taking the steps to really alleviate the living conditions and of the people who are working with us, if you're not really looking at dignity, giving them dignity, I think there is a huge problem. And I think in the Sri Lankan context, that is very much the case. So today you see an industry that is really facing decline for many reasons. Some among what I already spoke to you about, but really the labor force is aging. We don't have the necessary skills and expertise. There's uncompetitive market prices simply because there's outdated designs and products in the market. And there's largely a lack of innovation and technology integration in the craft. And for me, the core issue is that Sri Lankan handlooms, we've always looked, and I'm also looking at myself, right? We are a 30-year industry and I'm the second generation lead. I will talk more about my company later, but we're critically analyzing the work also that we've done. We've always looked at handlooms as a means to an end. You know, we create value-added products. So there'll be the cushion covers, the toys, like we create toys, for instance, but we have never as an industry focused on handloom technique. So almost the handloom renaissance in Sri Lanka has never happened. Whatever innovation there has been in terms of color, but not in terms of technique. And what has happened over the years is that this intrinsic value of the textile, the technique, has really, really diminished to a point where a power loom can easily take over. So now come COVID, and we see that, I'm just trying to see, okay, I did have another slide on that. So comes COVID, and I mean, the handloom industry is in dire straits because we are linked to the tourism sector. It's seen as, you know, providing to hotels, providing to little souvenirs. Only a very few private sector people export handloom, and even that very much value added. And the industry has completely crashed. Like our retail shops are, I mean, completely crashing. And the informal nature of which the handloom industry is largely within has caused huge problems for the artisans because they finally have no social security. There is no social protection net for them. So this is where I like to hone in and really start my presentation in that sense, to say, like, we are now at crossroads, and being the catalyst of this industry in Sri Lanka, I do not believe the government will have the necessary foresight to do the changes that is needed for this industry. We, the private sector, there are several organizations who really need to take a very, very calculated strategic step if we are looking not just at growth, but even at survival. So I'll tell you very, very fast because I also tend to get carried away with this model. So Salina, it was named after me. My mother founded the company, and we are the only fair trade guaranteed handloom enterprise in the country. We are a part of the WFTO. Hi, Rupa. And my mother really was a strong believer that we have to empower women through a sustainable business model. And it is only through that very sustainable model that we will lead to social change in our country. Well, in the craft sector to start with. And today our model really, we have close to 1,000 artisans, not just in the handloom sector, in the cut and sew operations, in various other sectors, also in the larger craft industry who are a part of our network. And I'm not going to get into this so much, but really our main target group are the women who fall out of the very prominent garment industry in Sri Lanka. They leave the garment industry because they have to get married, then they have children, and then they really have no opportunity to work with these cultural stereotypes and jealous husbands and all of that, right? So what we are really trying in essence to do is to give them access to work and the skills to stay at work, because we strongly believe that women need flexibility if they are to work. And guided by the fair trade principles, we have created a model which gives them that flexibility and also puts the responsibility on us to make sure that we don't let them loose when crisis hits, for instance. And we also strongly believe that if we are to really empower them, we need to give them these skills, the health, the financial management. Then it's not just financial empowerment, it's not just a job, we have to go beyond that, right? So that is in essence our model. Hang on. Okay, so out of that model we create beautiful items which are exported, etc., etc. So finally, now, like I said, COVID was really a very, very crucial moment for us. It's also 30 years of our business. And when our local sales plummeted, I mean, about 50% of our business was local sales. So you can imagine that's a 50+ percent hit on our business at this moment. We realized that we needed to do something and do something fast if we are going to keep our communities together. So, I mean, we did various things from making fabric masks as part of a WFTO Asia initiative. We kept our community together. We followed this model where we innovated our product and we managed to keep people with allowances, with salary cuts, whatever, but there was no layoffs. And I'm very, very proud of that, that we have managed to do that far. But now if we really hone into the handloom sector, we realize that if we go our usual route, which is exporting toys, we would have weaned ourselves out of handloom, because the toy industry didn't need handloom. They didn't really give value to the handloom. I could substitute the power loom at any point, right? So at that point, we made a strategic decision in the company and we said, okay, how are we going to refocus and what can we do to keep the artisan at the core of what we do, keep handlooms at the core of what we do, even though it didn't really make business sense at that point. So we were led by our heart. You can see our model. We were led by our heart. Am I running out of time? Okay. So, okay, very, very, very fast, because this is actually the interesting bit. So what we did was we repositioned. We are in a process of repositioning Sri Lankan handloom to reach global luxury markets. And what we mean by that is we have created a new brand, SelinTextiles.com. We are looking at repositioning how the handloom looks, how it is presented to the entire world, and really looking at how can we be the back-end ethical manufacturer for the world's biggest luxury brands. We are going for it because we feel that there's a massive demand for that right now. And I think the icing on the cake is that we will be integrating blockchain technology into our supply chains, which means that the entire supply chain is transparent. Remember, I spoke about dignity. Dignity for me is holding the middleman, me accountable. And if the system doesn't allow that, I need to make sure that we create a system to hold us accountable. So the blockchain technology will enable that. So finally, what we are trying to do is a premium quality product with lower quantity orders which is what our handloom industry can handle, and sell it for a higher value. If I can take my $4 USD, I'm done. Give me a second. $4 USD fabric and sell it for $20, the premium will go to my artisan, and thereby we catalyze the industry to really value what we are doing, right? So I'm done now. I think this is looking ahead. This is what our industry needs and we can do, right? I'm not looking for government, anyone to subsidize or for partnering, yes, but we need to invest in the ecosystem. We can't just only focus on the artisan. There is a designer, there's a merchandiser, there is a HR person out there who needs to enable this. And finally, the mindset has to change. We can't be just the artisan has to be part of the creation. Co-creation is crucial. And collaboration is the new competition. It's not the artisan. That person has to come to the table, and we have to do what we have to do to enable them to come to the table. And that's the journey that we have begun. And yes, long story short, a lot into 15 minutes, but I look forward to your question, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Salina. In fact, we look forward to listening to you again when you work with the blockchain and share with us how you did it, because I think blockchain really holds a key to answering many of the challenges, you know, of
Absolutely.
IP, of rights, of visibility.
Absolutely.
So it's great that you are working on it. And also, you know, you have given the phrase for the South Asia network. I think collaboration is a new competition, and we all need to really work together and share, you know, how we can use these technologies. And yeah, thanks for sharing. So our next speaker will be Meera Goradia. Meera is from TIS, and she founded the very powerful Kutch Mahila Vikas Sangathan. I've been to their organization. The Meera was not there, and I was really overwhelmed at the power of the women there. And she was also director of Khamir. And during the earthquake of Gujarat, the way the Kutch crafts recovered is a huge story, which many of us are aware, and it's really a model. So today, Meera, will invite Meera to share about creative dignity, a movement which really brought light in the darkness of the pandemic. And we have all partnered in this wonderful initiative. So let's listen from Meera about her initiative. Welcome, Meera.
Thank you so much, Ananya. And I just feel that Salina's presentation is really a good segue into what I'm going to present. Because while I have worked in the sector for the last 30 years and have actually seen how, you know, when one just creates the conditions, artisans just are able to pick it up and run on their own steam. But that truth got further validated in 2020 when we were able to all come together in this collaborative called Creative Dignity, which I'm going to talk about today. So I'll just share screen right now, just a second. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can't see.
Okay. Okay, can someone do it from your end? I
think
my network is pretty poor.
Okay, we are doing it. Yeah. Meera, please tell next when you want us to move.
Yeah, sorry, one sec. I can't see anything. Just a minute. Yeah, okay. Have you uploaded it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so just very briefly, that I think when the pandemic hit, and as everybody has said that, you know, it had such an unprecedented impact. Just one sec. I'm not able to see the screen. I'm so sorry. Just a minute.
We can all see.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm not able to see. Just a second. Huh?
Okay, I think while she's having network problems, let's go ahead and go to the next speaker. And when Meera joins back, we can have a session. Meera, can you listen to me? Can you hear me? No. Okay. So Siddhika, I invite you to share now. Siddhika Said Malik is a chairperson of Indus Heritage Trust. And she was leading and guiding the implementation of the project RUM in collaboration with World Bank. And this project led to, the livelihood generation for 2,600 embroidery artisans in Sindh and Punjab, and help them to connect to the international market. Siddhika has also served as the president of the United Nations Women's Guild, and in this role, she has supported several projects in developing countries. So over to you, Siddhika.
Thank you. Okay, I can see myself now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to briefly say, since I only have 10 minutes, 10 minutes is a very short time to describe what you've been doing for years. In those 10 minutes, what I want to say is Indus Heritage Trust was a trust that was set up in 2000.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you like us to show the video first or after your speech?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And we'll give you 10 minutes after the video, so don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
So here is the video.
Pakistan, we call it Artistan, the land of artisans. Proud descendants of the Indus Valley civilization, they have mastered the art of crafting masterpieces. Men or women, younger or older, they have the power to turn raw materials into the finest creations. Throughout towns and villages, bazaars and streets, they embroider threads and stitch fabrics to create captivating attires. From embroidering more than 73 types of stitches to sprinkling every perceivable color on one of the most colorful fabrics called chunri, weaving carpets to embellishing rallis, theirs is a world of rang, which is color and diversity. And the thread of their skill runs through generations and centuries.
जिन्हें ऐसा होश संभाले छोटे-छोटे हाथ से वडे थे वाले में भी बुजुर्गां जेरे वडन ओ ही चीज क्या नहन वाल जिवें छोटा भी वडे थीने उन को शौक थींदा है कि ए काम थींदा पे ऐसा करूं ये शौक नाल करने सब पता चलदा गए कि ए काम थींदा पे इंदे पैसे मिलदन कि ए असा हुनर लैक थी वे रोजी लैक थी वे सु.
However, it has come to the point where the threads are breaking and the passion for their art is diminishing at the hands of financial hardships. Today, 74% of artisan families do not want their next generation to continue the tradition, while only 1% believe their children have an interest in following in their footsteps, simply because they cannot access markets directly and remain at the mercy of middlemen. Their designs are outdated, therefore the products are less marketable. They lack access to credit for purchasing even basic raw materials. Handmade products are underrated by the people.
असां काम करने असां को 15-20 साल थी गए काम करण पे आए असां जेरी मासी दा काम चेने आए ओसा को 4 जोड़े 8 जोड़े दे गई और वाल ना पैसे दे मणाई काम चा दे चली गई असां उनके पीछे भजदे रह गयो से असां उनको छोड़ दी ता वाल बई जा दे पहुंच गयो से असां उडू काम चाहता ऊ सारे नाल इवें कीता मतलब एक बनावण वाले ने अखी अंधा थी आंखड़न का पैसे सा को कशा नहीं मिलदे.
Being at the forefront in the efforts for reviving the arts and crafts sector of Pakistan, Indus Heritage Trust IHT took the initiative to support our artisans, to create products for national and international markets, to become entrepreneurs, and to be the masters of their own destiny. IHT uses innovative approaches to support grassroots level artisans, a strategy that was found to be well aligned with the World Bank's goals of ending extreme poverty and promoting shared prosperity. With financial assistance from the Japan Social Development Fund through the World Bank, IHT took on the challenge by launching Project Rang for developing artisanal livelihoods in rural Pakistan. The Rang project endeavors to revitalize artisans' livelihoods in 170 villages of 10 districts in Sindh and southern Punjab that were devastated by floods in 2010 and 2011. Following the baseline study to gather information about socio-economic conditions and technical skills of artisans and identify constraints in their product development and marketing, artisans were shortlisted through a well-articulated procedure to form a graduating system culminating in the creation of cluster enterprises to be owned and operated by artisans themselves and facilitated by provincial coordinators of the project.
The Rang project was conceived by the Indus Heritage Trust and is supported by the Japan Social Development Fund through the World Bank. The grant is given through the World Bank. And the uniqueness of the project lies that many interventions had been done before, but the plight of the artisans remains the same. So therefore, Indus Heritage Trust conceived it as a business model more than a development model. In the business model, they are now teaching their artisans how to become business people by saving the indigenous stitches, making beautiful products with those stitches and more marketable products so that they can focus not only in Pakistan and the region but to the world.
Rang project rests on 4 pillars: cluster development and capacity building, artisan cluster investment fund, trade facilitation and support services, monitoring and evaluation, and knowledge dissemination. Today, our artisans who have been through this whole process are all set to stun the world with their craft and mastery. Their top-of-the-line Virasat and Virsa product lines are about to change the world's perception of Pakistani art and craft. Their Rangeen products will introduce the Pakistani art lovers to a previously undiscovered face of their own artisans. And their Daftari range will definitely make you fall in love with your office desk.
असारा यो इरादा है तो यो कम अगते वधे अगते लाइ बि असांखे इहो कमु मिले ऐं असांजे ॻोठ जी इहो कम जी वधि जो वधि ज़रूरत है ऐं असांजा इहो इरादा है त आईंदा बि असां इहो कमु करंदे रहूं ऐं असांखे इहो कमु मिले ऐं असां अपनी ख़ुशी नाल इहो कमु करूं.
Project Rang is an expression of our belief in the hands that have the ability to create masterpieces. We want these hands to be the masters of their own destiny. We want these hands to be the flag bearers of Made in Pakistan all across the world. And they will, simply because we believe in the hands of our artisans. We believe in Artistan and we believe in Pakistan.
Thank you. That explains the whole project. So I don't need to go back to the project.
No. Yeah.
So what I'm going to talk today is what are the challenges, what is rich heritage of South Asia and Pakistan. So basically, I'm going to talk on that. Pakistan is the home of the Indus Valley civilization, and its rich heritage of arts and culture exists there. In a conference hosted by the Indus Heritage Trust, invited all the SAARC countries, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, and other South Asian countries. And they unanimously agreed that in saying that the embroideries from Pakistan were the richest in Southeast Asia. A very big compliment. Role of Pakistan in South Asian culture heritage preservation. That's my next topic. Indus Heritage Trust took up the challenge to preserve the heritage of Pakistan through its arts and crafts. So they are our tangible and intangible heritage. How IST is contributing towards culture heritage is after mapping out of 4 provinces of Pakistan with their distinct heritage and culture tradition, the Indus Heritage Trust has selected 10 districts with rich heritage of embroideries, 5 districts in South Punjab, and 5 districts of North Sindh. We work with the Tharparkar artisans who are almost at the border of India. And when the Indian lights go on, they can see the lights very clearly from their homes. And because the province Sindh is based such that the Kutch and the Sindh province are very, very close to each other. And therefore, the embroideries also cross borders. So we have the challenges that we have are creating value for handmade products. That was the largest challenge because unfortunately, like other countries, Pakistan lost its interest in handmade products, and Pakistanis started to go towards machine and products made in China. And therefore, they never paid attention to what their own heritage was and why were they losing it and why did they lose interest in it. The result of that was that the societies just gave up their work. The second challenge was that these societies are very conservative and the women are still not allowed to go out freely. It's changing and it will keep changing. But Indus Heritage Trust, therefore, created communities close to their homes so that they do not have a challenge to sit in a rickshaw or a bus and go far away, which would be very difficult for them. We empowered them by making them get their identity cards through which they vote also and which are recognized. We created a special product for them so that when they are being paid through that special product, it is only the woman that gets what she deserves and what she has worked for. And there is no middleman, husband, or anybody else involved in it. So she is being paid directly through that app. And they are very happy about it because they get the money in their hands and they know where to spend it, whether it is their children's education or is it putting money back into their craft and being custodians of their own money, which is very, very important for a woman to be empowered. Women are not interested in traditional works. This was our challenge. Due to poor returns, they were controlled by middlemen who would give them work, come collect the work, sometimes not pay them, and sometimes pay them very low, very small wages. So I asked her, what a woman. I said, when you embroider a shawl or a shirt or whatever and sell it to the market, how much does it, what is the income it gives you? And she said, Baji, buying a bottle of shampoo. So that's where they were. And today they stand at a position where they are empowered and have their own money through their own beautiful work. They I had to explain to them, you are not factory workers. You are artists in your own right. Your creations are creations that the world will recognize. And the first time, so the next challenge is that their generation didn't want to work. So we had to bring them back and make them interested in their culture and heritage that existed for their grandmothers, great-grandmothers, and beyond that. So these were the challenges we faced. Then the biggest challenge is the political barriers are a hindrance to promoting regional collaboration. They are a big hindrance. Because of political relationships, these beautiful collaborations don't really get the best that they should. And that, I think, is a hindrance that this forum should take up as a challenge and somehow separate the political aspect of each country through and make it possible for all of us to connect and help at this forum and be a part of an international organization or a national organization that has access to each other's products, can sell each other's products in their countries, and be able to, bring things, move them forward without political pressures. So this is, I think, a big challenge for this conference to create. My concluding remarks are, we are the custodians of the culture and heritage, and it is our duty to ensure the preservation and preparation of the same. We are the custodians, and we have to pass this to our generations. And if we cannot do that, we have failed in our missions. To create an information sharing network that serves as a reliable resource that the countries of this region can rely on. This will allow us to learn from each other's struggles and deal with roadblocks effectively in a timely manner, will help us utilize our resources in an optimal way. So these are this is what I think is important for this conference to think about, and how do we move forward. We all have beautiful products. So my time is up, and thank you so much for inviting me to this. I've always been late in doing things, but it is my other commitments and my staff's commitments. I have half my staff in Sindh, I have the other half in Punjab doing things. So it falls upon me to handle all these things myself.
Thank you, Siddhika, for pointing out very rightly that we really need to, overcome the political barriers. And South Asia as a region, we are one of the regions in the world who do the least business amongst ourselves. So really, a lot of work needs to be done in that trade negotiations for.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think Meera is back, and Meera will show your presentation, and so that the network doesn't have pressure. So welcome, Meera.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My apologies, everybody. I really have very poor network at home. So to just pick up from where I left off, everybody here has been talking about collaboration. And in the artisan space, which is an area that I have worked with, what we saw is that before the pandemic, of course, people have been collaborating, there have been networks, people have been working together. But for the first time, the different stakeholders of the entire system came together. So you had the buyers, you had the designers, you had the entrepreneurs, you had the NGOs. Just keep shifting the slide, okay? I'm just going to. So you had all these diverse people who came together to say, let's do something for the artisans. We know that they are going through a lot of trouble right now. We had no idea what we were going to do, and we knew that we would have to do relief. It was at the outset just so fresh for everyone to be talking to each other and to not see each other as competition. And I think that, you know, a crisis like COVID or any such crisis in the past has always brought human beings together. It is when we don't have crisis that we forget to work with each other. And I think COVID sort of nudged us again towards that. So the community, the creative community, went really big suddenly. And in a very short time, we were able to, in 2020, raise money, you know, get food rations to a whole lot of artisans. Just keep changing the slide, huh? I'm not going. And we kind of were able to, because we were, you know, the power of working together showed how quickly someone's strength and somebody's weakness came together in a perfect, you know, perfect match. So someone who couldn't raise funds was supported by someone who could. So we were all just able to run together. The beautiful thing was that artisans at some point said that, look, we don't want relief. How long will you keep giving us food rations? We, you know, need to have our livelihoods. We need to be back on our feet. And everything had changed. The way the markets were selling, the way people were engaging with each other, everything had gone digital all of a sudden. And here was a sector which had operated or still operates so much on a one-to-one basis, where human connection is so key to the magic of the sector. So then we, you know, very spontaneously involved a whole lot of design students, a whole lot of entrepreneurs who came together to create digital enabling of the artisan groups, helping them to take good photography, to learn how do you, you know, onboard on a digital platform, how do you sell. So these were all early experiments that we did. And after this first lot, where everything was done just as a voluntary movement, where we were able to enable suddenly in 4 months a sale of 5 crore Indian rupees, which went directly to the artisans. We realized at that moment the power of all of us working together, because the market channels who were part of the network suddenly were so sympathetic to understanding what the artisans were going to. And everybody was watching out for everybody in the whole ecosystem. And just as we were gearing up for moving forward in discussions whether we should wind up the network, whether our work was done, whether we should go back to all doing what we wanted, because the network consisted of people who had their own practices. And then the second wave struck again. And everybody realized that, look, this is here for a long time to come. And can we look at COVID as an opportunity to really transform the business as usual that had been happening? Because here was, you know, change, whether it was moving to a technological way of doing things, whether it was new markets emerging, new products emerging, new kinds of capacity building, new discussions around sustainability, where, you know, the artisan sector could actually participate much more fully than what they had been doing in the past. And after COVID, the second wave of COVID hit, where again we, you know, had to kind of get into the, you know, first mile response. We realized that the way ahead for us now was to support means and ways in which communities became more resilient than what they already were. And that's when we came out with our vision, saying that we will work for a world which has, you know, which creates the conditions for agency for artisans to not only just survive, but to thrive with dignity. And what would we need to do for that? So as our path forward, we realized that we had to tap into the community strengths. We had to tap into the young generation who were far more comfortable with the technology, with the changes in the digital ways of interaction than their elders were. And we had to tap into them because they were the future and they were moving away from the craft. So as part of our strategy now, we are moving towards creating a open source digital platform where we would enable, so this would be like a digital commons where we would enable artisans to not only get the learning tools for digital empowerment, like learning how to do photography, learning how to do social media, learning how to engage with the marketplace, learning how to build your brand, and a whole lot of training tools required that goes towards making this shift, but also identifying and working through what we are calling the Artisan Champions. So creating a system of assessment where certain members from the community, youth mostly, come on board to take on these functions and play these functions for the community. And these become entrepreneurial activities and services that they can start providing for the supply chain. So we realize that it is entrepreneurship that is the key to creativity. And it is entrepreneurship that is the key to sustaining the agency and the autonomy that we want. So here is the ecosystem, the way we thought needs to come together, because this is how it came together in the Creative Dignity Network, where you had a number of stakeholders engaging to support each other. Next. So this is a very rough cut of what the platform would look like, where we would have all stakeholders onboarded on it. To put it very simply, we are looking at it as a LinkedIn for the craft sector, where people can discover each other, where people can rate each other, where there are learning tools, training tools to be downloaded. There is opportunity chat. There is enablement that the Creative Dignity volunteers can do on the ground to help artisans make this shift to engaging with new ways of doing business. And of course, this has to be a hybrid model, because the digital is only a means of getting to the transformation that we would actually want. So in the artisan onboarding, while there would be artisan onboarding, which would require a whole lot of support, but what they would get once they get onboarded would be, getting one, creating the transparency in the sector as to who's doing what, being able to make connections with buyers, designers, governments, schemes, and using the online training tools to grow their business, to connect with each other. Next. This is just a look, just a basic look of what we are working on at the moment. It would be in multiple languages, easy for an artisan from any geography to use. Yes, move forward. And then the capacity modules at the moment, the way they are being planned, would cover the following. These are what we have identified in the last 1.5 years through our interactions with the artisans as key to enabling artisan enterprises to become vibrant, to be able to make choices of how they want to build their businesses. And we also realize that there's a lot of hand holding that would be required. So there is an Artisan Sati program that is being designed at the moment, where volunteers can work one-on-one with one or more artisans to help them navigate all these spaces, to help buyers understand the limitations and the potential and strength of artisan enterprises, and holding all of that together would be the network. The network, which would then require a different way of functioning from an organization, which is something I've learned because I run an organization, and I know that when you run a network, it's really about enabling. It's really about letting go of identities. It's really about collapsing and sharing resources rather than creating new resources all the time. And it is about getting the most vulnerable producer to the center of all your concerns, but ensuring that a very vibrant ecosystem thrives around it. And everybody has to thrive together. But how do you make the entire supply chain transparent, more equitable, flourish, and thrive and support each other through all this, through situations which may be specific to different contexts. So, for example, the folk artists may have a very different kind of capacity building that they may need vis-a-vis, say, artisans who are working with natural fibers. So to able to work in a very innovative, flexible way that is easily adaptable, and that would foster the intangible cultural heritage that we talk about, because it's dynamic, it's live, it's lived, and it cannot be boxed. Sorry, are my 10 minutes up?
Thank you, Megha.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that wonderful initiative. And there are already ideas of collaboration. I can see Janet writing to Siddhika, and in fact, collaboration is the key. There is one question which I'll first take, and then I have questions for all of you. We have Aminat Abdullah from Maldives. Now, Aminat has been really leading the documentation of the traditional cultural heritage, like the mat making and lace and other things. And she's also participating in livelihood support programs, which are also related to climate change adaptation. As we all know, Maldives is one of the most endangered island groups, in the climate change. Aminat has been traveling, so she said that she won't be having time for presentation, but we'd like to hear from you, Aminat, in few minutes about your work and the special challenges you're facing at Maldives and how a network can work with you. Over to Aminat.
Thank you, Ananya. Today I will be talking about mostly on the mat weaving craft industry here, because that's the most aged craft that is going on. So I have been working since 2011 on reviving traditional mat weaving in the Maldives. Traditional mat weaving has been a part of Maldivian culture. And back in the day, all the houses would have several mats used for various purposes. This includes for praying, used to line the big swings, and simply for use in public spaces as well. Unfortunately, the art of traditional mat weaving started slowly dying. It is a labor-intensive process, and with the start of imports to the Maldives, which provided cheaper alternatives to the mats, the industry changed along with the lifestyles. However, our cooperative, Maldives Authentic Crafts Cooperative Society, found the dying art from the traditional weaving as something that needed to be urgently revived, not only to maintain our traditions and heritage, it also proved to be something that could give the community a livelihood option, especially if the authentic end products could be sold in the tourism market where there is a demand for Maldivian-made products. Therefore, Mac's work in reviving mat weaving directly helped create livelihood options in communities, and especially so for women. Creating alternative livelihoods are very important in strengthening community resilience overall. For example, traditionally in an island, the men would be engaged in fishing, and there is a secondary activity of agriculture and small businesses. With the impacts of climate change, there could be changes in the seas, which could affect our food security and also our income sources. Therefore, diversifying livelihoods is so important. A revival of traditional craft provides another livelihood option. So this is not only good for the culture and heritage, but also for overall strengthening of the resilience of communities and combating climate changes, as mentioned earlier. The reeds used for mat making grows in marshlands, and therefore the marshlands need to be attended also. These ecosystems are important in the overall protection of the islands, and therefore provided the additional support as well. Therefore, our work is cross-cutting in multiple ways and addresses both the traditional heritage and climate resilience while empowering women. Actually, the mat weaving craft is a women-led industry. Totally all women are doing in that. And also like the growing of reed is also done by women. So Max have been working with them very closely, and now they are actually able to earn from their living. But this is only, they're doing only in 3 islands, this mat weaving is done. So I think our government also needs to put a lot of effort in, they have to put a lot of effort in reviving, at least get a market for these crafters. So in our capacity, we have been working with them since 2011. Thank you, Ananya.
Thank you, Amina. I'll first take Robert's question. Robert has asked Salina that, whether you think your model is scalable across for other South Asian countries.
Yeah, I think I'm reading the question as well. We developed it considering the Sri Lankan context. I think there are real differences between the craft sectors across our own region. But I think finally the element of blockchain and traceability is something that can be scaled and that can be replicated across the region. Because while the marketing and the business angle might have to be case specific and flexible, an element, the traceability section, definitely. I think there's a huge potential there. Because finally, I think across our regions, our artisans are facing the same issues, no? And we are facing the same issues in the craft sector. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Thank you. Now, two challenges and two positives which have come out are that, women play a key role, but the problem is they're all affected by the gender norms in the societies we live in. And the other is our traditions are very environment friendly, but they're all affected because of, lack of valuing that environmental value, and we're all facing the vagaries of climate change. Now, in this context, and given that we want to collaborate, we have already discussed collaboration for exchange of knowledge, good practices, technology, trade. But I'd like to hear from you, all the panelists, on these issues. Can we do something on these gender issues? How we can get women move up the ladder from mainly being the maker to the one leading business? All of you have first-hand experience. So how as a network can we strengthen this movement, and how we can nurture the value of green heritage we have in our crafts? I'll start with our first speaker, Bibi Russell. Would you like to respond to this?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't listen to your question. Can you tell me again? Sorry.
My question was, we are all in all the South Asian context, we are all aware how gender norms affect us, and how, though women are making the crafts, they're not leading the businesses in many cases. So as a network, how we can strengthen this? We know individually we have achieved it in different ways in our work, but how as a network we can work towards this goal?
In this, I would like to say, because I spend, whichever country I am, 99.9% time, not this pandemic time, till a year and a half ago, I spent my time to the villages. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Hear you.
But it's changing. It's changing a lot now. Because when, think about when you do handloom, no? A sari or a fabric is made. You are contributing to the whole family. All the women member of the family is working. Someone is doing spinning, someone now the weaving is doing woman, but it's changing. You need to change a lot. We need to respect the woman empowerment. We have to give them the equal salary, money. I think it's changing. You go to the villages, before the women were doing like this, now they're standing, but it needs to change more. The people had to respect the work they're doing. It's coming out. You will see in Bangladesh, it's changing a lot. Our first four, our Prime Minister, I'm talking about them also, our speaker, our leader, opposite, all women. So it's changing. India also, it's changing. You go to the villages of Rajasthan, where the men are all out, women are doing all this work. But we have to acknowledge them. We have to give them their due respect, and making people understand that women are contributing maybe more than a man. Is it okay?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. My next question is, in the context of climate change and the sustainable nature of the craft economy, what can we do as a network, to create a new value for this sector? Rupa, may I ask you? Or I'm open to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is about just being a little bit more aggressive in our stories, in talking about it. And also, I think, there's COP26 is happening in Glasgow, and it's planned. And for that, I think WFTO was invited to also be part of making, to contribute to a paper and a message. So what I'd say for this is, as a network, to be present, if we can get space on the negotiating table, because here we're talking about climate justice. And we know that the work we do with artisans, give or take, okay, chemical dyes can be substituted. And, the varnish or paint which you're using on your wood may be toxic. But, making those changes are easy. And then also with so many production processes where you're looking at treatment of effluent, et cetera, et cetera. And so there's a lot of work going on here. And the thing is that as a network, and I think Meera has also talked about this, because as a network, the dynamic energy that comes in, if you're clear with your message, if you're clear with your examples, if you're clear with the processes, if you've seen what is working and what is not working. And really, one is, of course, the low carbon footprint, or whatever you may choose to call it, but also with it that, mitigating the negative which happens, like we talk about dyes or treating effluent or substitution, whatever, is the cost of it, and the way you're doing it is also something, it's simpler and it's replicable. Because currently at Sasha, we just put up an effluent plant, which is, it costs 40,000. Now that's not what it looked like 2 years back, and it's all natural and easy to maintain anyhow. So I'm saying that as a network, in fact, we can leverage our collective experience and our collective voices to have far more impact. So I'd say that. And I must say something about women. I think in our experience, and most of us here work with women, in Fairtrade, I already shared that 52% of our members have women CEOs, and and a huge number of women who are on the board as well. So it's creating an environment, and also I think there's a lot of peer learning. Even if you know that in a village or in another village, you share stories, and women are far more receptive to that. And as Bibi said, that the changes which happen so rapidly. And I've heard so many examples of women in very, very traditional communities coming out of their homes. And, then there is a person who does amazing work, Rang Sutra, who set up all these producer companies. So I think Shushmita is her name, and it's just that experience. And then by example, and in a network, and Anya, in fact, your task is much easier. Our task is much easier, yeah.
Yeah, storytelling is really the key, and we need to tell these powerful stories. Meera, you want to say something?
Yeah, this is just a thought I would like to share here, that as a South Asian network, because see, if you look at the sustainability indexes and certification, they're very difficult and complicated for a small producer to adhere to. But we all know that their practices are sustainable by the virtual fact of them not using energy. I mean, most of it is done by manual energy. 80% of the work is done like that. So as a network, can we bring in the expertise to develop a very simple indication or a kind of index which cuts across all these practices, whether they are material based, whether they are performative, whether they are, in any other space, to identify those one or two key elements which say that these practices actually promote very humanistic societies, very harmonious societies, which are not only kind to people, but also to the planet. And have those 2 or 3 very easily identifiable criteria. And then as a network, if we can, do advocacy with that, I think, I don't know, it's just a thought. I'm just sharing.
Yes, that's a brilliant suggestion. Thank you. Okay, now panelists, you are all free to ask your questions and ask each other also, because as I said, this is not a webinar we are having, and those who are here as observers, please feel free to raise your hands. We have a few more minutes. So I'll now ask
Ananya.
Siddhika. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Ananya, if I can also get an opportunity to comment on the climate change one after Siddhika, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. I'll come back to you. Siddhika, please.
What I wanted to say was that while we are looking at the environment, we have to make environment-friendly spaces and make environment-friendly products, because the environment is very affected by artificial dyes and running them into water systems and underground things. So that affects it. The environment can also be protected by keeping the rural-urban shift, which we in Indus Heritage have very successfully done. So when the rural communities stay within their rural communities, they are protective of their trees, they are protective of their lands, they are protective of most of the things that they have. So when they shift to the urban communities, they don't really care because they don't own that. In villages, it is their ownership. And when you have an ownership of what you have, the trees and the ground and the, what goes into your food. And so these are the things that the rural-urban shift can control. Women produce vegetables at home, earn money from it, and do not use fertilizers, use the manure of the animals that they have. So all these little initiatives can protect the environment very, very successfully. I don't know if my point has been understood, but this is what I have to say, because this is what we took care when we started out in our village communities. And we took care of it.
Thank you, Siddhika. Indeed, many of your presentations pointed out the need for taking a holistic approach, like, addressing the education. We all know how big a challenge lack of literacy is. And nowadays, there's a lot of talk, on cultural landscapes. And there's talk of living heritage. And I think we really need to integrate these pieces and connect these pieces. I mean, cultural landscape plays such a vital role. Salina, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
Maybe a very quick comment about the climate change connection, perhaps. For me, it's cotton. Cotton is one of the most, has in that sense, the right word is missing me, but it's a very harmful crop in that sense. And our entire industry is based on it. There's suicide around it. There is, I don't have to go on, right? It's, and also on top of that, we in Sri Lanka, and I'm pretty sure maybe some of the other countries too, we have to import our cotton from India. So then there's an element of kind of the carbon footsteps building there, right? So, that's where I think we have taken another step too, and I think this is the way of the world as well, to look into other fibers which are closer to home. Banana, pineapple, Russian reeds. How do you integrate these things? It's a very, very baby steps, right? But I think alternative fibers is something that our industry has to look at if we're really talking about carbon neutrality, all of that, because as I think Rupa said, the technique itself is quite carbon neutral, but we are consuming a raw material that is quite the opposite, I would say. And then I think there's just one comment on the artisans coming to the table, the role of women. I don't have answers, but I think we all have to acknowledge that for an artisan to come to the table, it's still a long way to go. We have to acknowledge that. When we're talking about intangible cultural heritage, we talk about artisans meeting the global world, but being practitioners on the ground, we all know that there's a huge gap. Can they come and talk like this? I mean, it's the reality, you know, we know that because we are on the ground. I see Bibi also nodding her head, maybe in disagreement or not, but I mean, that we have to acknowledge. And I think that is where our journey for the future starts. Because if we are to really consider artisans as an equal collaborator, an equal co-creator in this equation, what steps can we take? Because yes, governments, I have given up. There's no point. But what steps can we take? I think that's where the fair trading principles and all of that, it's a convoluted conversation, but I think that acknowledgement we have to make at this point, especially during this pandemic.
Absolutely. Meera rightly says that we need to create more such spaces for the community to network. So that will be really the role of the network. And Rupa, you wanted to add something.
No, I just wanted to say, well, you know, when we say that at least their voices have to be heard, those are like steps. But when you come to the negotiating, like Salina, if you had to go somewhere to represent, you could with some sensitivity with your engagement and what you have from that relationship. You've heard those voices. So I think that's there. And of course, in a network, my point really was, in a network, the voices get amplified. It obviously will be one person, maybe that one artisan who's empowered. I mean, it's not just, all are not at the same level. We know that because some of them sit on our boards. And over that time, you know that some are more evolved and more ready for that. And so I think it is a process, but I am a little bit more optimistic, maybe because we do come from, we've seen that, all of us have. I think it is true. And every player here will have a role. It's the artisan, it's organizations like Celine and others, and it's the network. And I have a tremendous amount of faith in networks. When we talk about WFTO, if this says there's any other network or there's creative dignity, I feel that, you know, that is probably what will get us to be noticed. That is what will get us, not if we are in our own individual spaces doing good work. So I think just to clarify, that's it. And it's exciting. I think it's very exciting because when you have a shared vision, when you have shared challenges, I think you have that energy to take it forward. And I think we can look forward to a very wonderful future. All of us can.
Thank you. My last question, and any one of you can answer, is how can the network support innovation? We discussed many things about innovation. How can the network help in more innovation? Anyone can answer.
Let's get some blockchain technology going. I think that will be huge. I'm so excited. I'm just going to shoot a mail out to you, girl.
Yes. No, actually, I mean, now that Rupa brought it up, I think it is the future. Because what I see is there's going to be a massive amount of greenwashing that's coming, right? Especially after the pandemic. Everyone is sustainable now, everyone. Okay, we've been doing it for years. I mean, people like Bibi, I mean, pioneers, you know, I mean, all of you are pioneers, and I'm honored to even be here amongst you. But there's going to be bigger marketing budgets, which are going to take over our story and our storytelling. And blockchain for me is just telling them, look, you know, you can't do that, because we as the industry of practitioners are going to lift the bar. And it's not easy to be completely transparent if you don't have a mindset to be transparent, no? So I think this is the future, and I think that's something that is very exciting. I mean, we've just started the process at Salina, and I'm super excited to see what the challenges will be in integrating it, because one of my colleagues said, you know, our supply chains aren't flat, no? In the craft sector, it's convoluted, it's nuanced, it's humans. So how do we then tell these stories? I mean, we are going to have challenges, but I'm super excited. I mean, if without a challenge, what's life, right? So yeah, just to add that.
I'm trying to give a message. I'm trying to give a message through chat, but I may as well say it. So I think there's, Ananya, a follow-up webinar with experts.
Right.
You asked a question, what can be done? There's so much enthusiasm around the table that I think a follow-on this. So whoever is advising you, please rope him in, Salina. Okay.
Can I just say something?
Actually, Robert is in the room. Yeah.
Can I say something? Salina,
Sure.
You are absolutely right. Future is the craft and handmade. Like we had like long time ago. We didn't had all this organic food. We are careful. We are eating all this chemical. Now everyone is careful what they are eating. I want to tell you, though it's a very difficult time for all of us, but I had more queries about things. People want to have handmade things, especially the young generation. They want to put something which is natural and the slow fashion. I think it's so important. Just we have to make the connection. Sometimes we are all sitting here talking in digitally, but I want this talk to go to the village people. They should understand all our talk is them.
Yeah.
And that's why I spend most of my time in the villages to encourage them. We cannot do, I'm nothing without them. Everyone, they really have the magic in their fingers. You trust, you give them trust, you respect their human dignity, but all this talk, they have to listen. Absolutely. So I think this is the future.
Okay, so Robert, you have raised your hand. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, so very quickly adding on Salina's presentation and just seeing it from the outside, I think we're all talking the same things and we all have fantastic stories to share. And I think we need to kind of step back a bit and realize that the world is shifting and consumer habits are shifting in let's say, the global north and south. And there's a fantastic opportunity where we should remain close to the craft and realize that craft provides a solution that the rest of the world is looking. So it's no longer, you know, really we're trying to fight bottom up, but we could really be the catalyst for the rest of the fashion industry, textile industry. And I keep on saying to Salina, I mean, it's such an exciting space to be in because the world is ready for it. So we just really got to capture it and work together.
Yeah, thank you. Today we have had a very woman-only panel, but our next person is Kaluna Kalvelia. He's from Rajasthan, and we'll just take a few minutes to visit his village. Kaluna ji, namaste.
नमस्ते जी।
आपकी परंपरा के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए 2-3 मिनट, उसके बाद हम वीडियो दिखाएंगे।
जी मैम, हमारी परंपरा तो ऐसे हैं जैसे हमें कालबेलिया कास्ट के घूमकर जाती थे, घूमते फिरते रहते थे और अभी जगह जगह पे लोग बैठ गए। हम भी, हमारा काम चौपाशड़ी सुंदर बालाजी जोधपुर गली नंबर 8 इसमें रह रहे हैं। आज से करीब कब से तो मैं 50 साल से मैं ये कालबेलिया का डांस है, गाना है और ये जो हमारा पुराना रवेज है और हमारा पुराना कोई भी चीज है वो जो हम भूल नहीं पा रहे हैं, आज तक भी हम वही कर रहे हैं। बच्चों को भी वही कह रहे हैं कि अपनी परंपरा है, 7 पीढ़ियों से जो सांप पकड़ना, झाड़ा फूका देना, कालबेलिया डांस है, बीन बजाना और ये अपन को अपना धंधा करना, कालबेलिया डांस करवाना और जो अपना गाना है राजस्थानी लोकगीत, तो ये हमारा मारवाड़ परंपरा अभी तक ही बच्चों को कह रहे हैं कि थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ाई भी करो बेटे और अपनी परंपरा मत छोड़ो। इसके मैं और भी बच्चों को यही शिक्षा दे रहा हूँ।
I am writing in chat for those who are not understanding.
जी मैम, तो ये हमारी परंपरा है, हमारा जो वेशभूषा है, हमारे कालबेलिया का जो रहन सहन है, बोली चाली है, खान पीन है, अभी तक की हम वही कर रहे हैं। यही बच्चों को भी बोल रहे हैं कि भाई अपनी ये परंपरा नहीं छोड़नी, क्योंकि ये अपनी संस्कृति है जो 7 पीढ़ियों से गुजरी आई है और 7 पीढ़ियों से हम कर रहे हैं। जैसे हमारे किसी को सांप काट दिया है, बिच्छू काट दिया है, झाड़ा फूका करना है, जंगल की जड़ा बूटियों लाना है, उनकी दवाई दारू लेना है, तो ये हमारी परंपरा। और जो हमारा कालबेलिया का डांस है, लोकगीत है, राजस्थानी फोक लोकगीत है, जो हमारा परंपरा का कालबेलिया का अलग ही गाना है, उन चीजों को हम खुद बच्चों को बता रहे हैं और बच्चों को कह रहे हैं कि भाई अपनी जो रहन सहन और अपनी बोली चाली और अपनी जो ये परंपरा को नहीं छोड़ना है, इनको जिंदा रखना है। पढ़ो, आप पढ़ो, लिखाई करो, कुछ भी। अब तो गांव में बैठे हैं और अब जगह जगह पर काफी कालबेलिया हमारा सुधार कर दिया, क्यों बैठने के लिए अभी जो घूमकर तो घूमते फिरते तो बंद कर दिया, अब गांव में बैठे हैं तो भी हम
कालूनाथ जी थोड़ा वीडियो दिखाएंगे, अभी आप भी दिखिए। So this shows their village and
Chupasani is a suburb of Jodhpur city, located around 10 kilometers from the main city, which is also home to the Kalbelias. Due to efforts from Kalbelia Guru Kaluna Kalvelia, Chupasani has, since the 1980s, developed into a thriving hub of Kalbelia song and dance. Kalbelia is inscribed in the UNESCO 2003 representative list of Heritage of Humanity. They belong to the family of the Navnats and used to be nomadics living by snake charming, also considered to be gypsies. The striking features of their costumes with swirling movements of the dancers make Kalbelia one of the most appealing dance forms.
हमारे बच्चे पहले सिंगिंग करते थे, बाकी डांस नहीं करते थे। कोई काला ब्लैक ड्रेस बना के और उस सांप की तरह, सांप की जगह उसके अंदर हम इस कालबेलियों की बच्चों को लेके ये डांस कराना शुरू कर दिया।
In local language, Kal means snake and Belia means friendship. The dancers wear colorful and elaborate costumes. The cloth that covers the upper body is called angraki. A piece of cloth worn on the head is called chunuri, and the cloth that covers the lower part of the body is called ghagru. The dancers wear traditional tattoos, jewelry and garments richly embroidered with silver thread, sequins, coins in intricate designs. The traditional wind instrument is called pungi or beel.
हमारे घर में प्रोग्राम रख दिया छोटा मोटा या फिर यहाँ कहीं आसपास में हो गया तो बच्चे देख के मतलब किसी के हुनर होता है मुझे भी डांस सीखना है, बाहर जाना है, विदेश जाना है, वो सीख जाते हैं। और वो उन बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से ना डांस भी किया, क्लास लगाई जब, और गाने भी बहुत पुराने से पुराने गाने मैंने सिखाए, वो भी बहुत अच्छे से ना बच्चों ने सीखे।
सेटड़ली लगाई रे छोरो क्या वाणा रे हो दीदी रे डोरे बेरागी मारा सेटड़ली लगाई रे छोरो क्या
बच्चों को कह रहे हैं, बूढ़े बुजुर्गों के पास जाओ बेटे और ये चीज़ें याद रखो, जो अपनी परंपरा याद रहेंगे और अपना जीवन अच्छा निकलेंगे। और जैसे हम बीन बजाते हैं और नाइट में कभी भी सांप आ जाते हैं, उन सांप को चलते हुए को हम पकड़ के और हम गले में डाल देते हैं। वो तो काल, एक कोबरा तो एक काल होता है, मगर नहीं, उस काल को भी हम पकड़ के गले में डाल के उनको बेली बना देते हैं और उनको बस में करके फिर बीन के अंदर हम डांस करवाते हैं।
Kalvelia is part of the UNESCO 2003
Chopasani, located near Jodhpur city, is one of the major hubs of Kalvelia art form. A visit to Chopasani to see the gorgeous dance form and the fabulous dancers, understand their traditional knowledge and meet masters like Kaluna Kalvelia can be a lifetime experience. And they welcome collaborations with this living heritage.
Kalvelia, I think the enormous potential this jewelry and costumes have, which is unexplored till now. So women, they make these dresses and jewelry. Had a physical meeting and we could have live interactions, but hopefully we'll have more opportunities. Shukriya Kaluna ji. Now we are back to the program, and I'd just like to take last minute to introduce our collaborator, Hanju from each cap. Hanju, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for giving me a chance to say thank you to all speakers from session 2, to Bibi, Rupa, Salina, Mira, Sidika, Aminat. Aminat.
Yeah.
Thank you. And for the video streaming of the Kalvelia village. In my opinion, it was surprising that our discussion started from craft to climate change and also blockchain. So it was very interesting discussion indeed. And thank you again for all the speakers. And from this discussion, each CAP also wanted to emphasize that why craft is important, especially for the young generation. So it was a great discussion to have all of you, and I'm looking forward to the session 3 also. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a 2-minute break and we'll start at 4 p.m. IST.
So I think we will start our next session now. After a very, very invigorating and active session, that is session 2, we now go to the technical session 3, and we welcome all of you to our session on enlarging the realm of crafts and ICH education. Heritage education is increasingly becoming an important area of interest globally because young generations are remaining more and more disconnected from their own cultural heritage and their identity. And this is also happening because of the globalization and the increasing homogenization of cultures. This is exactly what we have also been hearing in our previous session, where we talked about market and the sessions yesterday, where we talked about how to strengthen creative economy and the whole idea of bringing in creative entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. So if these are the interest areas, then youth need to be engaged, and all those put together, this area is becoming extremely important, both in the academia and the practitioner world. So with that, I will like to invite our moderator for this panel, Dr. Neelkamal Chapagain, and I would like to introduce him. Dr. Neelkamal Chapagain is an architect and heritage professional from Nepal, currently an associate professor and the director of the Center for Heritage Management at Ahmedabad University in India. He has been instrumental in designing and running the master's degree program in heritage management at Ahmedabad University. He is an executive committee member at the Asian Academy of Heritage Management, a bureau member at the Asia Pacific Higher Education Network for Intangible Cultural Heritage, as well as an executive committee member at the Association of Critical Heritage Studies. He has a PhD from the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, an architect doctorate and a graduate certificate in historic preservation from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I invite Dr. Neelkamal. Dr. Neelkamal, over to you to start this session.
Thank you, Madhura. Hello, everybody. It is an honor to be here with you in this panel. So thanks to banglanatak.com and ICHCAP and all the colleagues who are organizing this wonderful conversation since yesterday. This session is about expanding the realms of the crafts and ICH education, which, as Madhura mentioned, is a continuation of what has been being discussed since yesterday. So in that light, I'm pleased that this aspect also has been touched upon. As Madhura introduced me, I am somehow involved in heritage education broadly, and we also have a specific focus on ICH education. So I'm also very keen, and I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. Just to a brief comment as a way to start the session, I think education needs to be thought of as a multiple way process. It's not just about somebody going and teaching another person or another group. I think education has the potential to learn, relearn, and learn in multiple directions. So, and particularly related to ICH, since it is about communities, the community's knowledge, repository. While teaching about ICH, my own experience has been that the so-called teacher also has an opportunity to learn so much from the other side, whether it's community or the young students, or the fellow professionals in the way of capacity building kind of education programs. So I am expecting a multidimensional conversation in this panel. So since we have a really interesting panel put together, I would not like to take much of a time. Rather, I would jump onto the session. So we have two set of conversations here. One is on the case studies presentations by 4 of our speakers, and the second set will be 4 discussants who will be commenting and sharing their own experience as well. And I am not going to introduce them myself. I will request each of the panelists, I will call them, and I will request them to introduce. So let us begin by a round of introduction. I would like to invite Mr. Naveen Piplani first, who is the Principal Director, Intact Heritage Academy in India. So Naveen, if you could kindly introduce yourself so that we are in the context.
Thank you. Good evening and good afternoon and good morning, depending on the time zone. I am Naveen Piplani, trained conservation architect from the University of York, UK. Have done extensive work in heritage conservation in the UK, in India, and some parts of Europe. One of the flagship projects really has been the conservation of Taj Mahal and its environs, which brought me closer to the aspect of craftsmanship, looking at those traditional craftsmen working at site. Since 2004, I have been involved in teaching in India and abroad. I became the director of the master's program at York University for 5 years, then came back, set up the Intact Heritage Academy. And for those of us who are who know a little less, Intact is the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, where I head the academy for training, research, and capacity building on all aspects of heritage conservation. And I think as we go along and through the presentation, you will get to know a little bit more about myself. I'm also the president of the ICOMOS India National Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naveen. That's really wonderful. So we look forward to your presentation later on. At this point, I would request Ms. Rinjin Dorji from Bhutan, the Executive Director of Royal Textile Academy of Bhutan, to give us a brief background about herself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rinjin Dorji, and I am the Executive Director at the RTA, Royal Textile Academy of Bhutan. I have been working here ever since it first started. And so for the most part, we were busy building the infrastructure. But of course, alongside, we did start a few of our programs. And I'm very excited to be part of this very interesting and very informative meeting to talk about what we are doing here at, in Bhutan to preserve and promote our culture, and also what we're doing to include the youth in our endeavor, because I think it's very important to have youth participation in the type of work we do. So I look forward to speaking a few minutes later. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinjin. Now, may I request Dr. Puspalata to give a brief introduction?
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Puspalata, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, University of Calicut, in my profession. And on my passion, I have been there in working for indigenous education. And we have established a center here in Wayanad district as Institute of Tribal Studies and Research. For there, I am the founder director and working for the last 7 years. And now I have another assignment as chairholder. We have established a new chair in the campus, the UNESCO chair on indigenous cultural heritage and sustainable development that we have signed last month, August 2021. And I'm working in that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Puspalata. And now may I request Mr. Tala Ali Kuswaha to introduce himself from Pakistan. Okay, I hope we'll catch up with him. I don't see him on the screen at the moment. So what I would suggest is maybe we start with the case studies presentations, and then we'll go to the second part where I will then introduce the discussants at that point. So may I request Naveen to begin his presentation. And the presentations would be for 8 minutes. So if you could kindly keep in mind the time limit as well. Naveen, over to you.
Sure, I'm going to quickly share my screen. Great. So without getting into too much of background, I would just say that this is the material. The presentation is based on the material that we use for our education purposes at the Intact Heritage Academy when we talk about creative economy, specifically in relation to sustainable development, craftsmanship, intangible cultural heritage. I want to make a little bit of a distinction, at the beginning, that I think UNESCO created a little bit of a problem for all of us, that they had the convention for the tangible and the built heritage, and they had another convention for the intangible. And so now, in context like ours, where we see the two together, it becomes rather difficult to, kind of bring them, try and bring them together at every point in time so that it doesn't get divorced as a way of moving ahead. So that's the caveat I just wanted to place, that we are always trying to make connections, though in our original Southeast Asian, South Asia context, it was never separate. Tangible and there was nothing like intangible. Tangible had the intangible, and intangible was manifested. So problem there. Anyway, now it all began at the ASF experts meeting, which is Asia-Europe Foundation in Myanmar in 2018, that at a meeting which wished to discuss heritage-led urban revitalization, economic benefits and beyond and good practices from Asia and Europe, where we had presented the case from India, Pushkar, the historic town of Pushkar, where these aspects were discussed in great length. And again, I think in 2013 we were perhaps at the same juncture as we see ourselves today. And I'm not going to show that presentation, but just going to say that the key recommendation that came out of the presentation was the establishment of an Asia-Europe experts network, which would focus on revitalization of urban heritage areas to generate or regenerate creative economy. So it was very much focused there. And Intact would be the hub or the secretariat for first few years for this network, which would bring together about 50 countries between Asia and Europe to look at creative economy as a source to bring together the various aspects of heritage, including development. Finally, the network was set up in 2013 with the support of Europa Nostra, Intact, International Institute for the Inclusive Museum, International National Trust Organizations, INTO, and the Yangon Heritage Trust. So it was a network of all these founding partners, and ASF provided initially some of the financial support for the network to move forward. This is how it was termed, and its mission was to design imaginative ways to integrate knowledge, culture, creativity, and technology to offer solutions for local communities, thereby enhancing and sustaining heritage-linked local economies for a long-term future. The emphasis is on heritage-linked. The network is an interdisciplinary approach to address the issues of livelihood, cohesion, social welfare, local economy, sustainable management, and traditional craft skills, and to design creative ways to generate economic opportunities linked to cultural assets. Now, this sounds very ideal kind of a format, but when you go to the sites, and I'm going to be talking about heritage sites being my background, especially when you go to World Heritage Sites, all of this kind of seems to fall apart. And then one has to really, as a management strategy, bring them together. And that was the focus of the presentation at the next conference, which happened later on in Buyo in South Korea, on local communities' involvement in World Heritage Sites. Now, this network was set up in response to a specific call by Asian and European ministers of culture at the 5th Culture Ministers meeting of ASEM in 2012. So you see, there's always been also a policy level interest in this kind of work to bring together, to bridge the gap. The vision of the network was to create a whole new paradigm for urban regeneration and revitalization of heritage cities and towns by placing creative economy at the core. And the image that you see is Badami, such a beautiful, wonderful town, hardly given any importance in the various discussions that we have. So it was to bring such towns back into the limelight and place local economy and link it to heritage and make the lives of people sustainable and moving forward. Yeah. So I'm not going to get into, but this is because it's a teaching material. We do talk about what is heritage. And the last line says heritage could be tangible, intangible, and living in inverted commas. And the emphasis always, I think, in our part of the context has been that living is really what connects the tangible and the intangible. What is local economy? Local economy is the economy that is generated and regulated at local level. And in this particular network, we are trying to link local economy with artisans, craftspeople, designers, managers, guides, souvenir sellers, and shops around heritage sites, photographers even, local transport providers, the rickshaw pullers. They also need to have a contribution to the local economy, especially when they are next to a heritage site. Livelihood is the means of securing the necessities of life. And we need to focus on livelihoods when we are talking about creative economies and local economies and heritage linked, because a person like flower seller is way down the chain, economic chain, but has a huge spiritual, intellectual, spiritual, religious, sacred contribution to make, because you would always carry flowers with you when you're visiting a shrine. Now, so people like that who are way down the ladder. Now, the approach that we are proposing is an integrated, holistic, and sustainable approach for development, which can be provided by interlinking these three aspects of heritage, local economy, and livelihoods. It's not rocket science, it's not something new, but it needs to be emphasized and brought back into the limelight again and again. Now, this approach, the creative economy approach that we were proposing and pushing for through the network, is being projected as an imaginative and inclusive tool for sustainable development of ICH. It is not, say, to rehash the existing material, but innovation would be key, imagination would be key, and imagination in not only reinventing products or reinventing cultural expressions, but looking at integration of traditional knowledge, integration of culture, integration of creativity, integration of technology through the lens of creative economy. So creative can also be, design-oriented creativity, but one has to also look at the policies and how can you creatively engage different policies and, kind of link and connect one policy to another for the benefit of the people and the site. First thing that we did was there was a lot of dust around the definitions, because people tended to interchangeably use cultural industries, creative economy, cultural economy. These terms were being used interchangeably. So the first task of the network was to kind of identify what does cultural industry exactly mean, what does creative industry exactly mean, what does creative economy exactly mean, and what would cultural economy exactly mean. I'm not going into the definitions, but
Navin, sorry to interrupt, if we may wrap up. Yeah, for the time.
Yeah. So the several models were looked at in order to get to these various aspects of creative economy, and then one had to identify a framework, which was firstly, of course, identification, SWOT analysis, and weaknesses, and we all know that, and also place heritage at the core of this entire process. And then there were economies directly linked to heritage, economies indirectly linked to heritage, and the rest of the economy. So all these had to be looked at in totality or in integrated format, and then develop capacity building programs for policymakers. So here is Archaeological Survey of India, state departments of archaeology, local communities in various parts of the country. And these are some of the cities that we took, Agra, Jaipur, Sanganer, Bagru, Chanderi, etc., worked with all these people and mapped the various aspects of creative economies, which were linked to heritage. So not to forget, the focus was always on heritage, especially in Varanasi, where we used this concept to offer solutions to provide better infrastructure, revival of intangible cultural traditions, not heritage, improvement to the living aspects, providing enabling conditions, improve streets and pavements on which these people were living and selling their products, provide interactive sessions, workshops, etc. Adaptive reuse of historic buildings came as a very important tool when you're looking at creative economy and the cultural creative industry. Integration of cultural knowledge, local history, and so on, creating social interactive spaces, incentives to private homeowners. The idea was that people who live, work around heritage sites should not feel penalized. They should take pride in that fact. This is a chart. We are all very aware of all this, but one of the interesting things that came about that all these people then came to Intac for brainstorming sessions, and it was a 2-year-long project which developed into various aspects, which created a lot of reading material and textual material, which is available in the form of this publication, which is available with us at Intac. So if anyone would want to see how did we go about it and what did we actually do with this approach between Asia and Europe, and if anyone would like to have, we can send it across at no cost, if the cost is not too much. This is my final slide, just to say that the entire process has been encapsulated in also a publication that came as a result of the 2-year-long project. And we can discuss some other aspects as we go along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Navin. From the dilemma of the tangible and intangible classifications to the employment of creative economic framework to achieve a kind of an education at the local level using a global network. That was really wonderful to hear. Now let us go to Bhutan, to Rinjin Dorji for her experience on that. Rinjin, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Chap again. And good afternoon again. I would first like to thank ICHCAP and banglanatak.com, for this privilege to be a part of this meeting, to talk about RTA, what we are doing to support our arts and our efforts to ensure its continuity. Weaving is an integral component of the culture and traditions of Bhutan. The royal patron of the RTA, Her Majesty the Queen Mother, Sangye Wangchuk, said, and I quote, "Handlooms play an important role in Bhutanese society. They are a part of our culture and are of great economic significance to many of our people," unquote. For generations, young girls were trained in the art of weaving from an early age. It was a skill passed down from mother to daughter in an informal setting of a home. But as development set in and rural life gradually evolved towards urbanization, many mothers were no longer able to teach their daughters the art of weaving. Children were now attending schools full-time, leading to a slow decline in the oral transmission of knowledge. It had now become imperative for institutions and organizations to develop and implement programs so as to ensure that the art survives into the future. It was with this concern that Her Majesty established the RTA as a registered, not-for-profit organization in 2005, with the primary aim to revive and cultivate interest in the weaving art form as a viable income-generating activity, to ensure that it is valued and celebrated, and that it continued by facilitating knowledge transmission to the younger generation. To this end, the RTA includes a textile museum and a weaving center. The museum collects, documents, and showcases the old textile traditions, and exhibitions are held both within the country and internationally. The Weaving Center offers a long-term opportunity for self-sustainment through its trainings on the traditional art of weaving. But at the same time, it also encourages innovation and development of new cultural expressions so as to recapitalize our heritage and keep it relevant for the younger generation. As it has been said before by Johan Huizinga, if we are to preserve culture, we must continue to create it. For the sustainability of our programs, we have constructed professionally designed office spaces for rent. The income from this investment is used entirely to support our annual programs. In our effort to enlarge the realm of crafts and ICH education, various programs are organized. A permanent textile exhibition that gives visitors an overview of our textile heritage, an annual thematic exhibition on textiles, and at least 3 exhibitions a year that focuses on other crafts. Conservation works on textiles are carried out continuously at the Conservation Center in the museum. These pieces are used not only for exhibitions, but also as resources for research. While we saw a number of foreigners visiting the RTA, we found that there were not many local people. Museum culture is relatively new in Bhutan, and so we decided to send written invitations to all the local schools. The number of school visits increased gradually, and in 2019, schools actually started approaching us to organize a visit to the museum and the Weaving Center. This is a significant development. We even have schools from outside Thimphu scheduling field trips to the RTA. Exhibitions are an excellent way to engage our youth, to appreciate and understand our cultural heritage. 2 weaving courses are held annually at the Weaving Center for students with various levels of skills. If the applicants do not meet our criteria, we explore ways and means by which they can be included in the program. Dyeing trainings are held in weaving clusters around the country so as to teach better and more efficient methods. Textile purchase programs in these clusters have also been organized to support their work and to encourage them to continue. A nationwide competition is held every year to recognize, promote, and reward expert artisans in 5 of our 13 traditional arts. Attractive prizes are awarded to them, in addition to a major publicity campaign for the winners. Fashion presentations are held in Thimphu, which is attractive not only to designers, but aspiring models too. A product development course is held to encourage designers to innovate and build onto our textile heritage. A design resource center is being established at the RTA for the youth designers. Such programs have been effective in bringing artisans to the fore. They have given us a platform to interact with the artisans, to understand their experiences and difficulties, to render support where possible, and to encourage them to continue their work. Moreover, programs like the fashion shows, product development trainings, and the Design Resource Center have engaged local youth because such activities generally appeal to them. A criteria to take part in such programs is a requirement to use our textiles, which then gradually exposes participants to information on our weaving culture. It is through such activities that we hope the youth will develop an interest in our culture and traditions. Youth are the future of Bhutan, and it is the youth that will take our heritage forward to the next generation. And in our experiences, we have understood one thing, that in order to engage them in our mission to preserve and promote our heritage, we will have to reach out to them through programs that are designed to attract them. We also work with museums and institutions outside Bhutan to organize exhibitions and seminars in our effort to create awareness on our cultural arts internationally. We have had events in the US, Germany, the Czech Republic, Switzerland, and India. Recently, we have initiated a nationwide survey on textiles with the objective to update the information available, to understand the status of the textile sector in Bhutan, to serve as a basis to forecast and guide the formulation of appropriate programs for the overall development of the sector, and to establish a repository of empirical knowledge and resources related to textiles and design. Also included in the survey is a questionnaire on the RTA's visibility and if our programs have been effective. To complement and supplement the government's effort to promote our cultural heritage, we have also been working closely with the Ministry of Home and Cultural Affairs and the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a conscious move by the royal government to encourage skills development in various fields, including traditional arts, to enable opportunities for self-employment. For this, the RTA works with the Ministry of Labor and Human Resources in the implementation of the weaving programs. Recently, there have been further developments, and I hope to be able to share very positive news in the next few months. Also in the plans is to explore the possibility of including weaving clubs in schools or at the RTA as after-school programs. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Dorji, for a very timing it very perfectly with the allocated time and sharing that wonderful national case where you are looking at textile as a medium to perhaps achieve higher goals of education. But certainly textile deserves it. But perhaps this could be a model for many other modes of crafts as well. So thank you very much for that. So in the interest of time, let me now move to Dr. Pushpalata for her presentation. Yeah, over to you.
Let me share the presentation.
Sure.
Respected chairman of the session, other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a warm evening to one and all. At the onset, I thank the organizers, especially UNESCO and ICH CAP and BanglaNadak.com for giving me an opportunity to participate in this program. Let us go directly to the topic, goals of enlarging ICH education, regional differences in diverse indigenous handicrafts in Kerala. In this presentation, I will be giving you a flash on intangible cultural heritage and knowledge system, role of ICH in cultural diversity and sustainable development, why safeguarding ICH, and ICH crafts and ICH education. Let us start with the intangible cultural heritage. Intangible cultural heritage includes the practices, representations, expressions, knowledge, and skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, which are associated with the communities and groups as part of their cultural heritage. As these are strongly associated with their niche, living practices, and livelihood activities. To be more specifically, as a general rule, the society, cultural aspects, and the livelihood are almost linked to the living environmental context where the people live in. It can be seen that most of the communities draw on their past or tradition to generate intangible and tangible cultural products, and the continuity of these tradition and cultural heritage is assured by transferring the know-how and the knowledge system to the succeeding generation. Yes, as these are linked with specific communities or groups, niche and environment, living and livelihood practices, the rich heritage and the living legacy is seen varied and diversified on par with the cultural diversity of the specific groups. The diversity of cultures helps the communities of the different ethnic groups to recognize and respect the ways of being. They are not essentially their own. It also fosters creation of civic awareness and local identity, reinforcing a sense of place, thereby enhancing their sense of belongingness and rootedness of different ethnic communities. When we look deep into the traditional crafts, we will be able to understand that ICH crafts have identity of the community. It is associated with the cultural practices of the community, and it always has innate influence of the physical and cultural environment of specific community. The transmission of, and also the transmission of skills and the know-how through generation is essential in order to assure the continuity of these practices. ICH in total, the knowledge, skills, oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, ritual, festive events, traditional crafts are part of intangible cultural heritage, which provides the sense of identity and changes in response to the living environment. Hence, the diversity in ICH crafts too. We know that the craft and art forms of each distinct community have been embedded with the culture and the tradition and have interdependence on their livelihood and ritual practices. It might have some variations in same community in accordance with their geographical and geographic factors where they live in. Safeguarding ICH in education is one among the several goals of UNESCO's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Process of safeguarding ICH is a dynamic activity of passing on the knowledge to succeeding generations through interactive process for sustainability of ICH and the community, preventing from becoming obsolete and extinction. Though the ICH knowledge, practices, skills, expressions, artifacts, and art forms are transmitted through generations, this transmission process have been facing several adversities, like too much of impetus on the cultural modernization and globalization by the mainstream of national life, and lack of responsibilities and awareness in younger generation, and also the limited non-availability of community-based education platforms. Now, in order to overcome these limitations, quintessential efforts to conserve and preserve ICH crafts and knowledge system is inevitable. However, this is to be fulfilled by addressing the diverse forms of handicrafts among indigenous groups in Kerala according to their regional specificities, safeguard their cultural heritage. Yeah, as we said, regional specificities have a significant role in safeguarding process of their cultural heritage. As the fast pace of modernization of life and living system takes its toll, sidelining the ethnic practices. The scope for building trust and bridging across cultures and regions is becoming all the more difficult. This situation exactly warrants institutional efforts to sustain them intact. Such an effort to get into the regional specificities would be an appreciation of their cultural diversity and the rich sources of knowledge. Identification of such diversities and inculcating them in ICH education would make the content and pedagogy more context specific and culture oriented. Imparting education in this way would make ensure the forms of multiple lives in diverse regions are represented in right ways. And different tribal communities in different regions in Kerala possess distinct repertoire of knowledge and know-how of handicrafts. Knowledge and technology, the communities possess always represents their ecology, economic survival, and livelihood options.
Dr. Pushpalata, I'll have to ask you to speed up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tribal communities living in hilly regions, hinterlands, and coastal regions possess knowledge and practices of handicrafts, which is integral to the specificity of that particular region. Let us have a case study of two different communities. Ullada communities, let us see Ullada community. Ullada community is mostly seen in Idukki district of Kerala, and they do hunting and gathering of rooted vegetables for their livelihood. Ullada, the word meaning is interior people, and there are forest dwellers, and always depends on forest foods for their living, and their crafts and tools are related to forest dwelling. And also those are the integral of their livelihood. Whereas Ullada community in Alappuzha, Alappuzha is a land of backwaters and coastal life in Kerala. Ullada community in Alappuzha are well-known experts in ferry boat making, which is an integral to their livelihood. Woods widely used for ferry boat making, like punna and anjali trees, are available there in the environment, which are apt for the body of ferry boats. These trees are used for making vallam mainly because they are abundantly available and they have the ability to resist corrosion and fouling. The expertise of the ferry boat making has been transmitted from men of the community to the next generation boys, though they are increasingly become educated. On the other hand, women of the community make floor mat mainly from the leaves of pandanus. Change in the availability of fish and fishing pattern reflects in the change of handicrafts making ferries and fishing tools. The community also compelled to employ mechanized canoes for fishing as the backwaters fishing demanded the motor-powered ferries for meeting the livelihood challenges. Let us see the case of Paniyas in Wayanad. Wayanad is a hilly district of Kerala. Paniyas possess knowledge for making things integral to work in plains, where they depend on agriculture for food and fodders. Whereas the Paniya community living in forest mainly depend on collecting forest foods, products, hunting, meeting the demands of their life. Likewise, there are differences in dressing pattern, choices, taste, and lifestyles, which bring forth the changes in their handicrafts too.
Dr. Pushpalata, if you may wind up.
Yes, sir. Yes,
We have
sir.
the
This
next
is the
speaker.
last slide. This
Yeah.
is the last
Thank
slide.
you.
In this background, I strongly propose to talk into account of these specificities while designing an educational program on indigenous cultural heritage. Identity and redesigning the program and pedagogy of ICH education is key to make it more nuanced, complex, and richer in content. Such an endeavor would help in making education more engaging, and it would strengthen the sense of belonging. It would also serve to enhance the indigenous livelihood and also preserve and protect the intangible cultural heritage, which has increasingly faced large-scale shifts and transformations. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpalata, and sorry for intervening. As I could see that our next speaker has also joined us. So let me now welcome Mr. Talha Ali Kushwaha from Pakistan. And Mr. Kushwaha, I will ask you to introduce yourself briefly and then continue with the presentations. And you have 8 minutes for yourself. Thank you. Over to Mr.
Thanks very much. Yes, thank you. I am the Executive Director of the National Institute of Folk and Traditional Heritage in Pakistan, based in Islamabad. I'm basically a cultural specialist and an artist. And also I teach culture and history as a course. I think my talk is perhaps not as technical as some would perhaps expect. I have been involved actually with all these ideas of heritage and culture and identity, and especially working with the youth as a teacher. And my impressions have been, and I will of course talk specifically about Pakistan, but also generally, because I think these ideas will apply generally to other countries as well. The idea is that the youth especially has a very, very serious disconnect, a very big disconnect with our culture, heritage, and even history. And all, of course, these are related. And I think that's the result is that the identity, in fact, is also confused most of the times. And of course, in the colonial backdrop of all that is happening, and the education and everything else taken into consideration, the image of heritage, I think, for youth generally is something outdated, something old-fashioned, something perhaps not very useful when it comes to their lives. So heritage is basically something of a novelty, if you will, something that we can perhaps occasionally look in the museums. But heritage has no connection whatsoever with our lives, and this is our youth I'm talking about. So for them, heritage is a dead old elephant, and it is possibly be useful. It could be useful for let's say tourists, aged tourists who want to come and maybe look at and explore heritage, because that is something they're interested in. So older people usually have a use of heritage and history. It's all about science. It's all about so-called modernism, as most people would define it, as a scientific way of living. But unfortunately, heritage is not part of that essential living element. The usefulness of heritage is perhaps something that we need to explore with our youth, because it is not very clear even to older people. I sometimes come across everyday common people, and for them heritage is just a way of discovering perhaps what people did a long time back or how they used to live before. But the essential element of identity that heritage gives us, and why identity is important, it's completely lacking, I think, in our education generally. Even when we talk about history and heritage, we do not talk about the essential relationship of identity with that heritage and history. And so the result is the usefulness of heritage is seldom, in fact, it's not talked about at all. That's one thing. So I think what we need to do is to change somehow the image of heritage more than the content of our discourse with the youth. I think the image of heritage needs to be first of all scientific. We need to get this message across to the youth that heritage there's one science which is in progress, and science is improving every day. So we have one medicine which is useful today, but in 5 years' time, it will not be useful. So that is, of course, science in progress, but heritage is proven science. So the scientific merits of heritage, I think, has not, we've not been able to, at least not in Pakistan, clearly, and I even see other countries, this aspect of heritage is seldom brought to the limelight. So it's not in the foreground, it's not really focused on, and heritage still is considered as, yeah, something about to tell us who we were, let's say, and how we did things several thousand years back or something. But it's an essential part of and scientific heritage would actually mean, when we say heritage is scientific, that means that it has merits. It has merits for our living. It has merits for our economics. It has merit for our architecture and living. And it has, most of all, merits for the environment. The global warming and the environmental catastrophe that we are now witnessing, and in fact, we're almost there. Very little time is left, and little, I think, is again a very, very optimistic word, because I think we're already on the brink. So we need to also somehow realize, and make youth realize, especially, that the fact that heritage was very scientific and environmentally friendly, and that meant that when we were following, the principles given to us by heritage, when we were using old material, when we were using all those things, the architecture, the way of living, the way of dressing up, all that was in harmony with our climate, with our identity, with our belief system, and most of all with the planet. So this global problem now of environment, I think heritage is most suited, very well placed to tackle that. We talk about zero carbon emission structures, and now we talk about all those things. But again, we need to bring that relationship of heritage and science and identity together. I think what the international community can do, and all of us, I think we need to get together and perhaps cooperate, culturally speaking. We need to not just tell our youth the scientific merits of heritage, but also be able to show them that we have other countries, we have other people, we have youth from other countries following their culture or owning their heritage. And I think it'd be then something which can be reinforced mutually. So if you were to, for example, know that COVID is obviously a problem in terms of travel, physical travel, but whenever that situation gets better, and I'm sure with vaccination, we will get at a stage where we can again start perhaps interacting and traveling a bit. But nevertheless, Zoom, computer, actual travel, exhibitions, all that can be very useful, but we need to involve the youth. For example, the costumes, all those things, if owning that culture and our youth can see other people owning their culture, and similarly other people can watch us, how we are taking heritage forward, I think it'd be worthwhile. Our education, our curriculum needs to incorporate culture more heavily than it is at the moment. And I think, again, I can't emphasize it more, that the scientific merits of heritage, the connection of heritage to our present lives, how it can save energy, how it can be more useful in our comfortable living in low expense related income groups. It can be very useful, but also for the rich, because if rich are responsible, they would not be destroying the environment as they have been doing in the past. And if all that can come together, and I think education, of course, is very important, but parents can do also a better job, and we need to sort of create that awareness and present heritage as a very chic, upper class thing. At the moment, heritage is only for the poor, as I see it. So the zero carbon structures, the poor living in that, the rich couldn't care less. So I think we need to now embarrass the rich and tell them that low carbon emission, for example, is important, not just for the poor, but also for you, because we are, after all, sharing the same planet, whether it is, like the countries, the people, the communities, all, I think, need to come together. And by cultural exchanges, by curriculum involving actually other countries' information also. So countries need to, for example, share information.
Mr. Kushwaha, if I may request you to wrap up.
And I think that is the way forward. Yes. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kushwaha. Thank you very much. I think you really raised some very critical perspectives for us to think about, that it's not just, doing heritage for the sake of doing heritage, but it has to be scientific. And I think perhaps a rethinking of our discourse is a much needed thing in the education that we are talking about. Thank you very much for that. Now, let me move on to the second part of the discussion by inviting our discussants. And what I would suggest is I will call upon our STEM discussants, and you could introduce yourself briefly. And if you could then touch upon the 4 presentations, if anything is standing, and then also you may reflect on your own experience, and perhaps touch upon the why, how, and what kind of questions related to ICH education, which deals with pedagogy, perhaps the content, but also what is the ultimate goal of the education that we are thinking, as the speakers have just highlighted. So let me call upon our first discussion, Ms. Tushar Khandekar from Bangladesh, is the CEO of Colonial Bangladesh. So Ms. Tushar, if you could come on camera and briefly introduce yourself, and then if you could make a brief remarks, and I would request you to keep it to 5 minutes. Thank you.
For offering me this good opportunity to share my experience and my ideas with you. And the discussion I heard very keenly, that is very much important, not only for a certain country, rather I find it is concern of global issues. And as global citizens, we are concerned of the heritage which touches everyday life. And the heritage, it is my experience. I have to introduce first what I am doing. My quarter-century experience in exporting handicrafts to EU and US and Canada. That is my best part to share with you. And then I have been working with CBI, the Netherlands, for last 8 years as consultant of home decor and home textile in Bangladesh. And sometimes I help our communities and our entrepreneurs to grow, to build its capacity as the export potentials I tap, and to help them to grow and to go to the export market. Raw materials and production technique, that is my passion, lifelong passion. So I really engaged with all these issues with my handicrafts producers groups and entrepreneurs in Bangladesh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, so now let me go to our next discussant, Dr. Gamini Vijaysurya from Sri Lanka. Gamini, if you could briefly introduce yourself and make a remarks. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Neil. Hello, Naveen and others. Thank you, Ananya and the team for inviting me. I know I was a bit of a difficult customer, which is not normal, but great to hear all those case studies. Although they were in line with what I was going to express, but also I heard some words such as experts and education and so on. Therefore, I would like to make a few comments on that. I will start with this remark. There was a meeting. A lot of people are ICOMOS people. You know, ICOMOS has a scientific council, and their first council was held in Rome some years ago, and there was a discussion about, I mean, they have a number of scientific committees. They were talking about preparing a list of experts on different subjects, whether it is stone, whether it is wood, whether it is archaeological management, and so on. And they all were talking about, but then the guy from the vernacular heritage got up and said, "I'm sorry, sir, we cannot prepare a list of experts. We are not the experts. Vernacular is the people who are the experts." So let me, with that remark, let me say a few things. Particularly I'm a bit nervous about this education thing. Maybe I'm wrong, you can explain that. When we start developing World Heritage Capacity Building Strategy in 2010, there was a debate about education versus training and capacity building. Professor Logan and I have later written an article on that also, because there were issues. As you know, as you will agree, particularly since you are mostly academics and so on, universities play their role as educating at a higher plane than training and capacity building. In fact, a professor from UK said training is a taboo in the curriculum discussion. So, well, that is acceptable because universities relate to providing largely theoretical based programs intended to provide advanced research and skills and professions. In the World Heritage Capacity Building, we explored domains where capacities reside that could support the effective conservation and management of heritage. Accordingly, we identified at least 3 audiences which are also relevant to ICH. Among the audiences were the communities and network, which is particularly relevant to ICH. When speaking about communities, we cannot emphasize only on educating. Indeed, we learn, I think already said, I think Neil very rightly said, and others also highlighted, we learn from them, from the communities, as they possess the capacities to safeguard ICH, particularly regarding crafts. And while recognizing the role as academic institutions promote the discourse on ICH at a different level, I have 3 suggestions handling craft for this discussion. One is to recognize the capacities reside in communities, and to task should be to strengthen their capacities rather than educating when it comes to crafts. And the point 2 is recognize and promote traditional ways of transmitting knowledge, which you heard, and also in the previous session, transmitting knowledge and skills, and promote strengthening them. You have many examples. India must be having a large number of people like Salina who are promoting in situ practices of crafts, and what you heard from Nepal, and organized the programs like UNESCO Bangkok, which they said monks project. I don't like the name, but they started this, one of the best models to review and develop. It was based on traditional knowledge and knowledge centers. And then, of course, programs like One Village, One Product, like in Thailand and so on, where they had promoted crafts. And then I know India, they have many, many programs, like my colleague Tara Sharma is doing something in Ladakh, very interesting. And all of you highlighted some of them. Last point is, of course, focus on the livelihood of those already engaged, those who are willing to engage in the craft, such as the youth you were talking about, because we do have models in other countries like Japan and Korea. And of course, most important is strengthen their livelihood through microfinances, and most importantly, pension or social benefit schemes for their retirement life and so on, to ensure sustainability and also bring status to their livelihood. That's, I think, my 3 points, and these are my focuses on enlarging the realm of crafts, but no harm in integrating them into ICH education or capacity building, but it is in essence, it's a local endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gamini. Thank you for that critical remarks. And yeah, as I said, education perhaps could be seen in a multiple ways, not just in a non-linear way. Thanks for bringing that out. And I hope we'll get back to that point because I think that's really critical. I apologize if I had caught short Madam Tushar Kona because she introduced and then I think there was a bit of confusion. So Madam, if you have any few points to add on to what you said before your introduction, you have 2.5 minutes more. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I confused. That's the reason I only introduced me. The main point is the gray part of this discussion, tangible and intangible. I think both are tangible. The heritage, I always find it tangible in everyday life. And when we call it intangible, or always we face the commercial people, we face one kind of conflict with the academia. They think this is something pure, something core of the society. We should not commercialize it. But if it is not integrated with our livelihood, how could it survive? The education, about education, my opinion is very clear. I can refer Mrs. Dorji from Bhutan. She already mentioned that handloom is a dying sector. That's the research result of one Japan survey company. It is true because the new generation, they are not interested to get into this profession because this is not sustainable livelihood, nor it is a profession get honor or recognition, and commercial benefit should be there. So I always call it tangible. And what is the heritage? That is the core question. Heritage is raw materials, heritage is technique, not the product. Product can be reshaped, and utility statement will be different age to age. So Moses' basket were there before 4,000 years. The raw materials is there and the technique is there. The use is different. So especially these tropical countries, I think for this region, we have very good source of raw materials that is environment friendly, and we can collect it from renewable sources. That is the heritage. Procuring the raw materials, it has techniques. Production system, that is, can be sewing, can be other techniques used in production. That is also heritage. If we recognize these heritage commercially viable, we can easily integrate this education to technical education. In Bangladesh, I can tell you that our technical education board is there. They are delivering their knowledge and techniques, that is electrician and other technical people are coming from there. It is impossible to introduce this technical knowledge to general education. None will accept it, and we should not push for that. But technical education board can recognize it as a profession, as a trade, and that will deliver impact on two sides. So one, heritage, we will keep it live, and heritage will ensure livelihood. These students will get education, the heritage handed down through generations. But nowadays, one grandmother cannot keep confine their grandchildren that, yes, you come to me and learn these techniques. She must go to school. He must go to school. We cannot discourage them. But the alternative is we should encourage our government, our institutions that recognize it as profession and take steps to integrate this education with mainstream technical education. That's all. I think I already told you a lot. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So I'm glad that I gave you your remaining time. Otherwise, we would have missed that insights that you said. Very well said. Thank you very much once again. Let me now go to Nepal. Ms. Jayanti Shrestha, Archaeology Officer from the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation. If you could kindly introduce yourself briefly and then give your remarks. Jayanti Shrestha.
Hello. Namaste, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I am Jayanti Shrestha from Nepal. I am working at Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation as an officer. I have been passed master's degree in Dublin University, the subject of archaeology. Let me allow to some few words about the art education in Nepal. Nepal is only the country where visitors can witness stunning natural resources, scenes, cultures, and integral parts of diverse geographical location. Not only is Nepal blessed with the beautiful landscape, such as the Himalayas, river, valley, hills, and plain, but also with its unique culture, arts, and traditions. Culturally and historically rich place of Nepal provide ample opportunity for visitors to explore new places and people. Nepal is well known for the tangible and intangible cultural heritage also. According to the latest scientific survey, Nepal has more than 125 nationalities and 123 national languages with many dialects. People follow, cherish, and take pride in different costumes, cultures, lifestyle, tradition, and faith. The National Constitution 2015 mentioned that every community has rights to celebrate, preserve, and continue its own culture and traditional activities. Nepal ratified 2003 convention, UNESCO convention in 2010. After the ratification, responsible authority, the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, has formulated National Culture Policy in 2011. Nepal government has allocated budget to safeguard and promote intangible cultural heritage as a part of planning and programs. The governments also constitute an apex body, a council, for the promotion and preservation of culture and heritage. Based on National Constitution 2015, Culture Policy 2011, and UNESCO Convention 2003, the ministry has been taking steps through several programs to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. According to 2003 Convention, Article 2, traditional craftsmanship is one of the ICS domain. Therefore, the National Culture Policy has strongly recommended the need to safeguarding our traditional craftsmanship and also address that it should be included in formal and informal education system. We realize that we need to change education and culture policy to fit for changing context. In the past, intergenerational transmission happened in communities as a part of informal education. However, today traditional transmission process is disrupted because children Children and youth go to school for formal education and degrees. They have virtually no or less time to spend on their traditional skill learning. In Nepal, art education is generally inspired by their respective living tradition. Therefore, the craftsmanship and skill are taught within the family in their own workshop. This approach is in line with the prevailing traditional system for the inter-family and intercaste training of traditional skills, metal craft, wood carving, stone carving, painting, and so on. Traditional handicraft workshop, being a center learning place, is disseminating practical knowledge can still be experienced in Nepal. Institutions such as Lalit Kala campus of Tribhuvan University have been providing formal arts and craft education. There are also private colleges in this subject area. Also, under the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, we have established an Academy of Fine Arts.
Jayanti, you may wrap up, please.
Okay, which has been providing a national and international platform for the promotion of the artists and their art. Finally, with the viewers, I conclude my remarks. Currently, UNESCO Kathmandu is compiling a review project of National Curriculum Frame for the school education, especially focused on ICS, TCS. This frame developed by Government of Nepal has lessons on culture and heritage of Nepal from grade 1 to grade 12. Textbooks have been prepared according to curriculum. UNESCO review will further improve and curriculum with systematic integration is issue related to culture and heritage. Creative and innovative education which focused on art and skill will be part of new curriculum is on this school education. With this good news, I close my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jayanti Shrestha. Now I call upon Ms. Nasima Ahmed from Maldives, Director General of Divey Language Academy. So I will go to Q&A. I noticed some questions in the chat box. Let me begin with that, and then I can have a round of discussions. So Rob has an observation, as you can also see here, that from his experience in Sri Lanka, he says that much of problems is with the fact that the curriculum is imported from the global north, which is irrelevant. However, he also notices that there are some institutes, universities in the region who have pioneered this space. So the question is why and how is it that Indian, and if I can expand it to other South Asian institutes, why and how is it we're able to adapt and embrace relevant towards to the ICT curriculum? So well, I guess he's asking it for the Indian case itself, how the Indian institutes have been able to. So perhaps I can ask Naveen to respond to this, if you have some thoughts on this.
It's a very pertinent observation, Rob, and the root of the problem is that the modern education system, the way we see it today, was first introduced and later imposed during the colonial times in India, and somehow we've got just, and I'm basically talking about India, and we've just got stuck to that notion. So just to give you an example, that we have over 400 or over 300 architecture schools, which is a creative industry, and following minimum standards provided by the Council of Architecture. Now it's, I don't know even how to put it, but it's amazing to think that 400 schools working in the creative domain with at least 200 in each school, about thousands of students across the country thinking and following and adhering to the minimum standards. So we are working with the minimum standards of creativity, and I'm sure that is perhaps also the same with the other. So the need is, and this has been said and discussed at many, the need is really to shut ourselves to this scenario, and have to get back to the drawing board and say, look, where are our roots? And we have to develop an education system that connects to our roots. So my proposition in my PhD was that there should be an undergraduate degree program in traditional Indian architectural system, knowledge systems. Why are we constructing with metal and glass and steel and RCC and the rest of it, which is climatically irresponsible? So if you can have 400 schools who are teaching this, why can't you have another 400 who are teaching traditional Indian knowledge systems? You know, so one has to really look at in a very radical and say that enough is enough. We have to start somewhere, and we have to get down to our roots, and we have to put our indigenous way of thinking, learning, sharing, etc., in our own developed curriculums and methodology. You know, sometimes the curriculum can be exciting, but the way you teach kills it. So the pedagogy itself has to also derive from the indigenous ways of sharing. You know, knowledge was never even a word in the philosophy of Indian education system. It was always knowing. You know, knowledge is static, knowing is evolutionary. You know, those kind of nuances are there.
Thanks, Naveen. Thanks for pointing that out. That leads me to another question that is in the chat box, which is from one of the organizers. And this connects to Naveen's proposition also, that we'll have to start somewhere. So if we were to consider this discussion, this platform as a starting point, what should be our focus? What should be the priority of a South Asia sub-regional network like this in strengthening ICH education? And I was wondering if I can invite Mr. Tala Ali Kushwaha, because you also gave very critical remarks on what is heritage education. If you could respond to this, what could be our next step from this conversation? Mr. Kushwaha.
Yes, thank you. I think we can do a few things. One is to exchange ideas on curriculum. For example, share what the real experience is of what other countries are doing for heritage and for incorporating heritage in our lives, and how that is related to environment. And we could have case studies and examples of other countries handling environment and modern problems through heritage and through traditions. That's one thing, of course. And then other is to actually have some exchanges, actual student exchanges, where we and things like that. I think we need to practically incorporate these ideas into students' lives. So while COVID prohibits, I think, somewhat mass level contact, I think we at least can have exchange of information, and then include all countries, or most countries, let's say, who have similar problems or similar issues, should be able to include information from other countries in their curriculum. So, for example, Pakistan can, send out information of how they're handling their problems, of what issues they have, and how heritage and tradition is relevant. And similarly, other countries can do the same. I mean, that's something that comes to my mind. And also have a radical review of all the things being taught at school, and also be able to exchange that in terms of information and how we can handle it.
Thank you, Mr. Kushwaha. Now that leads me to a question. You talked about the inter-country, or rather sort of a networked approach. But if I bring it down to the ground, I would like to reach out to Ms. Rinjin Dorji from the Royal Textile Academy in Bhutan. And I would like to bring a question that Gamini asked, and I'd like to rephrase it. In the Royal Textile Academy, or institutions of that sort, which is working at the national level, what do you think? Who should be the trainer? Like who is educating whom? If you were to reflect on that, Ms. Dorji, may I invite you? Who has the knowledge? Who gives knowledge to whom?
Well, in terms of our weaving programs, we have experienced weavers who actually have to be trained how to teach, because now we are bringing a technique which was, done very informally, as I mentioned, and now we're trying to put some structure into it. So while we have been operational since 2011, we are still grappling with the curriculum, because weaving is something that doesn't, you know, it's a long-term thing. Whatever you weave is like 2.5 yards long. So to keep the interest of the people is a challenge. And we had to actually downsize our program and make it short-term courses rather than long-term. But we are still not disheartened because there are several students who come, learn the art, and basically it is practice-based. The weavers need to go back and practice till they just get better and better at the skill. But the fact of the matter is that we have brought in these women and children. They have learned the art, and even if 5% of them continue the art, I think that's an achievement for us. So to answer your question, yes, it is these weavers who don't have formal education, have just learned it informally. They are the ones that we are trying to now develop into full-time teachers. So those are the teachers that we have at the RTA.
That's wonderful to hear, Ms. Dorji, because from my own experience being in the academia, university, I cannot bring in a weaver from Kutch or a craftsperson from Kutch to be a faculty at my institute. And so that's a dilemma I'm personally facing. So what I do in my program is I actually take students to the villages and spend a week or 10 days with them, so that in that space they are the teacher. But unfortunately, the formal academia doesn't allow to have them. I mean, they can be as guest lecturers once in a while, but while I may have a license because I have a degree, that's a dilemma. But very nice to hear from you that in Bhutan you are actually able to implement that through your institution. Now that leads me to a next question, which is again one of these critical questions to think. I would like to go to Dr. Pushpalata, since you are the UNESCO chair holder, and I believe this is a new UNESCO chair position. What is the content of this ICH education that you are also hinting? Because in your presentation, you touched upon so many of the ICH elements, but what should be the content in that ICH education if your UNESCO chair were to promote? Dr. Pushpalata, for your remarks.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, I have already said that this is only implemented last month of this year, and we are just entering into what we are going to have. And as part of our experience in education field, as we have implemented Institute of Tribal Studies and Research, where we have given education, especially undergraduate and postgraduate program in sociology, where we are planning to train them the ICH education and implement a 1-week workshop in every semester in the program, so that we can make use of these intangible, the crafts and their educations into the younger generation. What we have now is that younger generation doesn't have, knowledge, especially some of the crafts are getting deteriorated and they have obsolescence in current scenario. So we are just trying to educate them their own traditional crafts and teaching and training them along with the course, in the sense along with their semester program, as like a 1-week compulsory training in ICH education. That's what we are planning, sir. And we are also planning to have a ICH Education and Training Center under this UNESCO chair in collaboration or in joining with the government, Kerala government. That's what.
Okay,
okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpalata. Now that brings me to another question, which I will ask to Madam Tushar Kona, and then I will come to Gamini for the pedagogy question. So to Madam Tushar, I was just thinking, most of this discussion that we're having seems to be thinking of the recipient of the education as a community, which is not necessarily the one that practices. So what would you think, what should be a model of education, or what should be the goal of education that actually benefits the one who does practice, the so-called ICH bearer? So would you have any thoughts on that, Madam Tushar Kona from Bangladesh? You are on mute. Can you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And in Bangladesh, it is my idea, and I am pushing some of our education ministry officials and other people that if we fail to integrate the craft education, it is not only simple and plain design issue, that Dhaka University or other university, they have their design, art and craft department. They are practicing the ideas of design, but where the natural indigenous knowledge is in the community, and if we cannot make the flow to mainstream working class people, that those who are unemployed, or they think that if we go to garments company and other places, we will get job. So the education should be technical, and it must be integrated to production. And even entrepreneur will come up from this system. So the whole picture is not still visible before the community, before the policy makers. So indigenous knowledge is there, raw materials are there, product development system is there, and the customers are there. So commercial part is completely ignored if it is not integrated through the mainstream education. That is technical education that I was talking about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think it has to be somehow connected to the realities on the ground, so that the innovation, the connection to the livelihood issues has to be there. But I was keen to connect to the real beneficiaries, which should not be a very abstract student body somewhere else, but it has to be really connected to the ground. Now that leads me to my next question to Gamini. And by the way, Gamini, I think he didn't introduce himself, so I would take 30 seconds to introduce himself. I think to many of us, he doesn't need an introduction. He is a mentor, he's a great colleague, always working for the idea of living heritage, community participation. These are the core at Gamini's work. Has worked internationally, a very well-known figure, has been associated with ICROM directly, but now is the special advisor to the Director General. So Gamini, my question to you would be, what kind of pedagogy should we be looking at if we are thinking of this ICH education in a reimagined way, as many of you are highlighting, and Naveen also has put a comment there. What should be the pedagogy? Because in the typical formal education system, you know, we have some limitations, and I think we need to really crack that box and go out of the box. So I would request your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Neil, we need to at least temporarily separate. We are talking about ICH in big picture and crafts. I thought this session is focused only on crafts. This is why my comments were sort of universalizing or educating crafting. And it is also partly relates to what Naveen has written in this, and also your answer to your question. The ICH education, yes, it can be developed in the university, but when it goes to crafts, my view, what I tried to explain was that it should happen on the ground, and it should be locally based, as most of the speakers already said, and people like Naveen have been advocating craft-based approach to conservation, which I believe is not something that we teach in the university, but based on the local people, local knowledge, and so on and so forth. So my suggestion is, let's try to at least separate this ICH education and crafts thing, whatever. What I was saying is that let's survey these places where the traditional transmission is taking place, including places like what Georgie was talking about. And then let's take that as the model to promote. That's my view. That's, I think, let's look at new, and let's think of how we can collect these things, and we can be shared. I think, Neil, you know the program was on monks project in Bangkok. I don't like the name, as I said, monks project, but they were based on temples where the knowledge base was, and that was promoting conservation, both tangible and intangible things. And the monks were trained, and the local people were trained, and not trained, of course, I shouldn't be using that word, shared the knowledge, and with the shared knowledge. And then, of course, very importantly, we need to raise the status and standards of those who are engaged in these crafts. Otherwise, you know how it is difficult to find people in Kathmandu after the quake. But unless we think of, because we as white collar jobs holders, we have a pension after we finish retirement. But have you ever thought what are they going to do after their retirement? They should do that until they die, or do we have things like Japan or Korea where they are recognized and their livelihood is looked after? I think that's something that should be integrated. So my point is, to answer you, is let's start a new model where we take things from the field itself, like what Doji has very well explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Gamini. Always wonderful to hear you. Since you mentioned Nepal, and since I'm also from Nepal, and I have Ms. Jayanti Shrestha also from Nepal, let me put this last question to Jayanti as an imagination to think what would be the recipient of all these wonderful things if we were to implement. So Jayanti, if you could kindly share your thoughts in 1 minute. If we come up with a new model of education, whether ICS education, craft education, or something, do you think country like Nepal, which is like country in the South Asia, would benefit? And if so, how? If you have any thoughts on that. In other words, what do you expect a new education to be? Do you have any thoughts, like because you are at the ministry? If you have some thoughts, you may share at this point. Oops, it's still here. Jayanti Shrestha, are you there? I actually
can't see her.
Yeah, I can see her. All right. Yeah. Otherwise, I was going to ask her. It looks like she might have lost her connection.
Probably.
Yeah. So that's fine. I think we're also running out of time. So that allows me to conclude. Are there any burning comments for 30 seconds any of the panelists would like to make before I conclude the session? Because I don't see any other questions in the chat box except that comment from Naveen, which we in some ways touched upon, but that's a good question to follow up. Okay, if there are none, then I think to respect the time, then this is okay. This has been a wonderful session, and once again, I'm privileged to be listening and having a dialogue with all of you. But really, the idea here was to think, how can we bring in, whether you call it the craft sector or the ICS sector or the heritage sector, which is a sector in itself, very diverse sector, and you have the education sector, which is also a sector of itself, having all kinds of institutions at different level and all that. So the idea was looking at all these cases and all the discussions, the critical comments. How can we imagine an education which integrates these two and perhaps would be beneficial to all of us, not just so-called, licensed teachers, but also the practitioners, students, anybody. And ultimately, if you think through that, and I'm not suggesting that this is a new need, this is an established need, and there have been many efforts from UNESCO to ICCAP to INTAC to many universities, to many community groups, in fact, has been doing so. So it's not a new, we're not going to reinvent the wheel, but perhaps the need here was to ask some of these critical questions about why we need some kind of education, what should be the content of the education, and how should we deliver that education, and for whom? If we don't know whom, then I think we are shooting in the dark and without having any results. So rather than reinventing the wheel, the idea was to recognize the wheel, identify the potential, and decide the destination we want to be, rather than just rolling on the wheels to go anywhere. So I think that was the essence that I got from the conversation that we had. But really, since yesterday, the conversations I've been hearing is to build a network. As Mr. Kushwaha also emphasized, that how can we build a network, share our experiences, but not share experiences in a glorified way, but share our failures as well. Because I'm sure we failed. I failed many times. I'm sure all of us failed. So what are the lessons from that failing? How do we move forward? As much as we respect crafts people and the artisans and all that, I'm sure they also failed, and this is how crafts evolves, you know. So what is the lesson there? So as Madam Tusa rightly said, it's not about that product, it's the process that is the ICS, that is the core of the heritage. So how can our education be conceptualized as a process which actually goes in multiple directions? It works as a contextual education, but perhaps also very collaborative. So there is a tremendous opportunity to really reimagine entire field of education, but also do really good contribution, or really, you know, do justice to our diverse sector of heritage. So I think these are the messages that I'm finding from this discussion. It's a long journey, but I think today has been a good step taken towards this integrated approach. So I'm really happy. I think tomorrow still we have one more day, and I'm sure many things will come, and hopefully in the concluding plenary we'll have some concrete outcomes of this. And I hope many of us can join and contribute in this discussion. So with very much thanks from my side to all of you for participation, and particularly to the organizers for really thinking through this process and bringing us all together. And I look forward to wonderful collaboration and critical discussions going forward. So with that, I conclude this session, and I will hand it over to Madhura for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Nilkamal. So before I thank Dr. Nilkamal for this wonderful session and this wonderful discussion, I will request all of you to please switch on your cameras so that we can take a group photograph for this session. So I'll request all the speakers to please switch on cameras. Ichcap. So Ichcap here. Yeah, hi. And we had Dr. Gamini here, right? Yes, he's there. He's here. Okay. Yeah. So I'll count 3. 1, 2, 3. Done. Okay. Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Nilkamal, for this brilliant interaction that we had, and for raising very pertinent questions to specific speakers based on what they shared and what kind of expertise and experiences they have had. I think we got a lot of points that we can, as you said, really incorporate in tomorrow's discussion and rapporteur report. So what is interesting to us here is that in this session, though we are talking about ICH and education, and we are talking with a lot of academicians here, we can actually draw alignment with very concrete points that have come up in the previous sessions, where people have spoken from the industry, from market, from people who specialize in creative economy. So few of the points that actually align very well are, for example, what Rinzin and Mr. Kushwaha, they echoed the same feeling about bringing in youth and making the heritage attractive. So that is the same thing that even the industry people who are in the market are talking about. And so it is not only just the education or not only just the product, it is more than that for making heritage attractive. The other very interesting point that Mr. Kushwaha has been harping on all through, and Dr. Nilkamal also emphasized, is the scientific aspect of intangible cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and the fact that we have an advantage over the West in terms of the sustainability aspects that we have. And this is again exactly the conversation that we had in the previous session, where there were again industry specialists and not-for-profit representatives who talked about developing an index of sustainability for strengthening our regional negotiation for our lowering our carbon footprint and the discussions that we have. And the fact that we have also talked about heritage is a technique and a process, and the fact that that is very important. Yesterday, when Dr. Andrew was introducing, he talked about the finer skills which make capacities complete in terms of having the ICH skills, having the heritage skills, as well as the finer skills to actually build on entrepreneurship. So, and definitely the idea of sharing, exchange, and curriculum sharing, and the reshaping of the pedagogy, which I think are all very, very critical aspects that we will deal with tomorrow. And these will be, these align with the objective of this entire event also. So thank you very much, all of you, to all the speakers. I thank for your time and for your very insightful presentations. And I will request all of you to be there tomorrow, because you have made very interesting and very important points. And with your participation tomorrow, we can really build a strong outcome document which can take our initiatives forward. So thank you so much. Now I will just pass on the mic to Hengju from ICHCAP to finally close.
Thank you everyone for joining us till this time. I thank all speakers that pointed out the root problems of the ICH, of the field of ICH education. Personally, I think finding a solution, I think facing the problem is the starting point of the finding a solution. So I do hope these discussions shed the light to all of you guys. So I will see you tomorrow at the same time, like today. And tomorrow we'll have another great discussions is ready. So please be there, and see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.